Hey. What's up? Hey. Alright, let's watch this clip. You guys posted in my chat within 3 seconds of me being live.
The guild I made, my FC, is 3rd overall, 1st in the US. Mine. The one that I personally create.
See, it's funny when he does it because he's my friend. And you guys are fucking strangers, okay? And I know he's joking. Also, the horse is well and truly dead. Yes. It was more the second part. Wait, am I supposed to keep watching? Okay, relink it. I closed it. Because Jesse fans have no idea how to be appropriate with jokes. True. Hey, Snow Golem, thanks for the sub. Someone linked the clip. You fucking cowards posted it 4 times when I went live, and then you don't want to post it, huh? Yeah, I knew you had it. I knew you had it on the fucking clipboard.
Sam was busy doing something with his child, and all of a sudden his ears started tingling. He was like, Jesse's saying some shit. Yeah, he woke up in a cold sweat, like
with a bat. Yes, yes, I am. Dude, I watched No Way Home. It was fucking like unbelievably good. If you haven't seen the new Spider-Man movie, chat, please. Your life can be improved tenfold, dude. It's the best Marvel movie they have ever made. It's better than Enter the Spider-Verse. And I love Enter the Spider-Verse. And I can't explain why it's bad without spoiling anything. So I'm not going to go any further. But it is. Anyway. My kids are watching it without me right now. Your kids are living your kids are having the best time. I don't think it would hit kids as hard as it would hit like people my age. No, that's why I think like it's like people younger than me would be like the Spider-Verse is better, and I'm like, you don't get it. You don't understand. You stay for after credits? Yeah, there's 2 after credit scenes. They were both really good. Go see Amanda. Everyone say happy birthday to Amanda. It's her birthday today. I can't hear you, too many explosions. Oh, sorry, that's my Final Fantasy wife. Working on like maid rotation over here, as you can see. Don't mind the explosions. She's a passer. She passes. Purple passer over there. She's a legend. Yeah, she's also a legend. True. Okay. Today we're gonna beat MSQ, dude. I think we've got 9 to 10 hours left. We're not stopping until it's done. That's the plan. That's the plan. So I'm gonna grab some water and probably a couple Diet Cokes for the fridge. I already have a couple Diet Cokes in the fridge. I guess I'm just gonna get water, and then we're gonna begin. Well, we'll have a pee break, you simpleton. I just mean the stream doesn't end until we beat the story. Thank you for the 16 months visual. Yo, look at the... I got this scythe from the Lost Dungeon, dude. Look how fucking cool it is. Look at that. That's sick. Alright, be right back. I need my glass. I forgot my glass. Ah! You guys are going to have a lot of tabs open tonight, I think. I'm playing MSQ. Jesse's playing MSQ. In an hour, both Dodger and Thierry start MSQ. A lot of MSQers tonight. Was your Christmas glam? I'll do a Christmas glam when I finish my MSQ, bro. Oh my god, is Ko doing MSQ as well? Well, the whole gang's here, dude. The whole gang's here. Alright. Let's begin. Wait, let me repair first. Okay, we got our best gear. Yes. All right. Samira, I've already shown the others inside. You'll want to speak with Clara Lane. She has the key to the lift and can send you down after me. Alright, Forschnell. Forschnell. Where's the music? True. I had to turn off the BGM and I also had to turn off performance because some fucking idiot outside the FC was just slamming random tunes that were clashing with the actual music. Painful, bro. What the fuck? Is there someone here? You? Nope. It's a fucking chocobo. I just hugged it. What the shit? What the fuck? Is the NPC perfectly hidden? Is it this guy? No? Go forward? Oh. I was like, what the hell? You're the Master Fortuner, yes? Just step inside the lift.
I was like, what the hell's going on, dude? That's the new raid stuff? Okay.
From here, we proceed to the heart of Labyrinthos, a most closely guarded secret, Formazine. It marks the beginning of the end for our efforts, whence we delve to seek audience with the star, and whence we will embark on our journey to the heavens. This way, if you please. Are you playing 7 Days to Die tonight? No, sir. There's only one thing happening tonight, dude. And it will probably take all of our time. Is that 2 whole empty inventory bags? You better believe it, motherfucker. I'm ready. Holy shit. Look at that thing. What the fuck? That's a spaceship. Oh my god, look at it. I bid you welcome to Formazine. Direct your attention towards its center to behold the ark over which we have long labored. As you can see, it was designed as a medium-sized craft, the better to reduce fuel consumption. Miniaturizing magics have been applied to its interior to ensure that the thrust-to-weight ratio does not place too great a limitation on its freight capacity. The Aether burner, as you know, has been removed for further modification, but we shall reattach it soon enough. I received word that Cockerel and several of your allies are working on it with an intense fervor. They are sure to see it done. 'Twas by their expertise that many a pride disaster was averted. If anything, I fear they'll not afford us much time for speaking with Hydaelyn ere they finish. Point taken. Let us move on. I must warn you again, however, that even with the benefit of our device, to treat with her is not a simple feat. I've done what I can to impress you upon the gravity of what lies ahead. Are you prepared? Forshno is ready to lead you to Hydaelyn at last. We make for the lift at the center of this chamber. Come. Okay, so we go that way? Huh. Are the audio levels good, chat? Everything good? That's good? Alright. I have to turn the music up a little bit in case we hear some bops. I'm a bit quiet. Untrue. That's a lie. You're lying. I ask your opinion, then I'm like, you're wrong. You're wrong. I can tell myself up a little bit. There you go, how's that? Boom, boom. Hello? Hello? Okay. Yo, this place is kind of nice. Look at this. As you all know, alongside our physical world exists an ethereal plane. At the heart of the star, the physical and ethereal are one and the same. Thus, the deeper we go, the easier it becomes to pass between said planes. We utilize this principle in constructing the anti-tower, and once more here in Thormazine. No sooner did the Forum decide to withdraw from Eorzea than we began working on this facility. Our work culminated in a device that allowed us to peer deeper into the ethereal sea than ever before in search of Hydaelyn's ever fainter echoes. The Itioscope. Can you communicate with her through this device? For a time, yes, but since the 7th Umbral Calamity, it's been rare to even hear a whisper. If you wish to reach her, you must journey closer to the center of the star than you have ever dared, beyond the Antioscope. Ah, so those hits in those cutscenes was the rejoining. Even so, I make no guarantee that you will find her, nor of your safety. We understand, but if we're to deliver this world, we have no choice but to try. I know. I only wish we could do more than observe your progress from afar. The Itioscope's ocular lens, by which we may peer into the ethereal sea without placing ourselves at hazard, lies above us. Through it, we can watch and guide you. In those swirling depths, there are pockets of aether so dense and turbulent that they can unravel one's soul. If we determine that you are at risk of coming into contact with such a pocket, we will recall you with teleportation magics. To that end, it would be best if one familiar with the composition of your souls remained here to assist in assessing said risk. Otherwise, there is an increased probability that we will extract you too early or too late. Please, allow me. I've thought upon this much, and in truth, I do not believe that I am fit to join you in the trials ahead. The events at the Tower of Babel drained me, yes, but even before that, your capabilities far outstripped my own. This is no time to have a weak link in our vanguard, no matter how much you may wish it were otherwise. If I assist in the manner that Master Fortuna has laid out, however, I may still be of use. Will you trust in me to do so? I can think of none I'd trust more, compared to all the effort you put into keeping us alive while our souls are in the first, preventing us from dissolving into aether on a single expedition, ought to pose no challenge at all. And even if we did, I expect you would hunt us down and restore us to health somehow. You flatter me, but rest assured I will be keeping a close eye on you all. There is one more thing. In those ages past, referred to the Ethereal Sea as the Underworld, our final resting place. It is in its embrace, its memory washed away, leaving only the purity of one's soul, or so we believe. Yet what of these memories? Few think to ask what becomes of them, cast adrift on ethereal tides. Some theorize they linger for some time, those associated with strong sentiment in particular. In those depths, memories of the departed may even coalesce around you, for hatred or for love. Thus, I do caution you to be wary, but also have faith. Remember those who did gladly extend a hand to you, that they may lift you up once more. Chat, remember how they kept talking about how you would regain memories lost if you went to the Underworld and back? Some shit's gonna go down, dude. Some shit's gonna go down, bro. Do I want to pull a Jesse Cox and take a bunch of NPCs that will underperform, thereby guaranteeing my multiple deaths? Or do I just take capable, able-bodied friends? Yes? I mean, you would say yes. I bet a bunch of you invested in my fucking failure, dude. I can see the number 2s by your name. You get all the loot? Yeah, but the loot is also worse. get to attune? Wait, what? There's nothing to attune to. You mean click this? I'm already attuned. I'm gonna go with a group of my making, but they're gonna need like 5 minutes, so. I think he meant the Aether Crystal. This one? The one I TP'd here using? I'm confused. Wait, is JP doing anything? You might want to come. Wait, he's offline? I literally saw him online though. He's not offline. Is he? Did you log out? RIP, dude. He was standing outside the FC. Do you name people? I have people, dude. Don't worry. Just waiting for him. I can't trust anyone from chat to offer their services, especially someone who says, "Do you need people, Sam?" And I can clearly see that they have voted for me to die in the next dungeon next to their name. Kinda sus, homie. Just saying. Kinda sus. For someone who's bet all of their currency on me dying in the next dungeon, you offering to help me, I'm a little bit on edge about that. Not sure how to feel, not sure how to proceed. Now, with the people I'm inviting, they will probably try and kill me. So there's a good 50-50 chance they do. But at least I know they haven't made a bet on my outcome. Amanda's a believer and it's her birthday. Amanda's the first to murder you. Look, I will not die in this dungeon because it's Amanda's birthday and she voted on Liv. Okay? That's that. As a double legend. Okay? I will see to it. That's bait? No, it's not bait, dude. You guys never believe in me, dude. It's fucked up. It's actually fucked up. Actually fucked up. I literally always believe, and I always regret it. You keep me humble. You keep me depressed, bro. You don't keep me humble. You keep me depressed. I believed in Sam and Pokemon, lost everything. All right, that was different, bro. That was different. I got ×8 hit by a fucking ancient power that was based on the Pokemon's nature, dude. All right, there's nothing I could have done about that. It was a unique situation. Okay? The variables were all over the place. I had no control. It It was RNG. This is skill-based, alright? I can't tank, but you trust Gerard to heal and not let him die? I mean, yeah. Look, I don't know. Look, me and Gerard have done an ultimate together, okay? I believe. Also, Gerard isn't healing, Josh is. Jared left. Rest in peace. This man said, if I can't troll Strippin and kill him, I'm not joining. That's kind of messed up. He didn't say that. I made that up. Bro, so we're going into the underworld right now. We're going into the center of the world so that we can get closer to Heidelin. But it's also the underworld where the lingering memories of the dead rest and where you get your memories back if you lose them. Which means that we will likely remember as himself. Big lore. Dude, I'm excited for Dodger to start. I told her she should do cousin time like multiple times a week to get through the story because it's so long. It doesn't seem viable to spread out once per week. It's just too long, man. I was like, it's like 60 hours. And they do like, what, 5 hours together? A week? It's like, man, that's gonna take you like 4 months to get through the story. Took me 7 days to complete Endwalker. I know Kate did it in one sitting. What the fuck? She did it in one sitting. And then she was like too tired to appreciate the ending, so she was like, don't do that. Don't be like me. Wait, what if your loopiness made the ending better because you were just like tripping? And then F speed, I'm gonna get spoiled unless I go fast. True. True. Have we got like follow mode on or something? I wonder if I should do that for today. Risky? What's risky? Could do like a 2-day follower or something. It's on a low follow mode after the bot spam. Put it to like 24 hours or something. Only true homies. I know all those new Final Fantasy 14 viewers you'll lose. I don't think so. I'm unperturbed. I'm not playing the MSQ for them, dude. I'm playing it for me. You guys are just invited to come and enjoy it. I mean, any new Final Fantasy 14 viewer wouldn't want to talk and ruin shit anyway. They would just watch and enjoy it. The Chad Lurker, dude. Yo, here we go. Yo, look at this place.
Seems in order with the lens, and I trust you can hear me. Those things are pure malcontent, the residue of lives unfulfilled. Are we doing little pulls? Itty bitty pulls? Yeah, there we go. Let's go. Ilbud the Unrelenting.
say? In a rush of familiar wisdom, the memory of the principled scion takes form.
Oh shit.
Olivia the Undeterred. What's Papa do? Aglaea's climb? Ooh. Okay, so it goes that way, that way, that way, that way. That felt a little bit trolly, that T.
Follow the flow of ether. It will guide you.
Shit, okay.
The ether is too dense. Ah, I'm losing you.
Don't worry about me. Whoa, what the fuck? All the crystals, dude. Heidelin. Mommy. Yo, this is crazy. Oh my goodness. Knight's memory. A rush of familiar delight. Memory of a kind-hearted knight takes form. Is that our Heaven Sword friend? Is that what that was referenced to? Rochefort. Yo, look at this guy. Gretchen the Unshakable. This thing going on. When I'm in Shroud, do the moves lose their positionals? Like, I can do them anywhere, or do they still have the position? They lose them? I thought so. This place is crazy. Oh, hang on, this section's getting a bit more evil. I don't know how I feel about that. Okay. Even more unstable. Yeah, I guess so. Like, it's like the crystal's losing its color and breaking apart. Almost like she's getting destroyed, I guess. Sorry guys, I'm here to DPS. I was looking around. Hang on. So Minfilia's spirit re-energized the crystal as a metaphor. Sinking regret. I didn't want any gear anyway, dude. Jokes on them. Oh, what the fuck is this gonna be? Let's see.
Is as far as you go.
Oh shit.
Oblivion beckons.
Fandaniel. Huh? How many times do we have to teach you this lesson, old man? Let's go.
Many faces have I worn, but this is my favorite by far. You will persist in this folly no longer.
Wait, I understand.
The stage is set.
The longer ones detonate first, I guess? Okay, that shoots that way.
Let the curtains rise for the main attraction.
How much do we hit? Okay. Shiva?
What a boorish audience you are!
Oh, his hand, I see. Shit, did I hit max?
Lies! All lies!
Oh, does
Your
he?
dreams, your hopes, your future
He must remember by now, right?
illusions and lies!
I still don't understand the relevance of him, like, looking like a bard. Crystal Tower stuff. Okay. Even so, though, like when you meet him in the past, it doesn't really like fit. I don't know. Thank you, everyone. He identifies with who he was during the Allegan Empire. I guess that's why he said he likes the body so much. Yeah, I get it.
My very essence begins to wane. Sweet, sweet agony.
Leave this to her.
Yeah, leave it to me, man. Don't worry. I got you.
Come to deal the coup de grace. Good. Watching you struggle against the inevitable is bad comedy. Erase me from existence, soul and all.
Do you recall your days as Hermes?
How would you know that name?
Are we gonna make him remember that we were there that day?
Then it was you. In Elpis. With Emet-Selch. The final pieces fall into place. In my halcyon days, as the mortal Ammon, I was haunted by a dream. Night after night, the faceless multitude, the voiceless cries, shards of shattered memories. But slowly, the fog began to clear. This was Elpis. And I was Hermes. Recurring though it was, I paid this dream little heed. It was only when I was granted the seat and memories of Fandaniel that I knew these visions to be true. They were the memories of Hermes that he himself erased using the power of Kairos. Or so he thought. In his attempt to burn away the events of that fateful day, he succeeded only in searing them more deeply into his soul. My soul. Death failed to expunge them, no matter how many times it came. Rebirth after rebirth, from one Fandaniel to the next. I wonder, is Emet-Selch adrift somewhere in this ethereal sea? In defeat, finally remembering your time together in Elpis?
I hope so, because he was a bro.
How it must gall him to be entrusted with knowledge of the final days, only to be rendered powerless to act upon it. So many lifetimes dedicated to restoring his beloved Amarok in blissful ignorance. Oh, folly. But make no mistake. My life as Hermes is not the reason I invited the world's end. I have lived. I have struggled. I have dredged the very depths of despair. And in the detritus of existence, I found the truth. I served a great ruler, powerful beyond measure. The world his dominion. Yet even he and his vast empire were destined to fall, to become one with oblivion. At the end of life's journey lies only death. So I asked,
Dude, he fucked Emmett Selkover so bad.
why live at all?
So bad.
We betray. We torment. We murder. We are wicked, spiteful creatures, without exception. If life is so sacred, so precious, why fill it with such misery? Man wallows in a hell of his own making without purpose or meaning. To live is to suffer, and I would end that suffering by my own hand. It matters not if it flies in the face of all believed right and just. Death is the only solution.
Man, he kind of dumb though.
That is my truth, my answer to the question. And yet, even as the words pass my lips, I am filled with doubt.
He doesn't even believe his own words.
As my search reached its end. Was this the only way? After all these years, is this the answer I was hoping for?
The lamentations of the damned. How it vexes me to see your conviction falter at the last. Fandang. Still clinging to existence, I see. You, who champion death so fervently, unwilling to accept your own, refusing to be purified and swept into the sea of souls. As do I. We prisoners to men, watching as the world turns. Though unlike me, you will be spared the ignominy of having your corpse made a puppet, danced to another's.
I was like, what the fuck? Makes sense.
Is that Arsahi?
How very astute. But let me be clear, I have not come to consort with the likes of you.
He's just here to fucking chew out the guy that stole his body.
Nor have I come to bemoan the state of the world following my untimely demise. In fact, I delight in mankind's downfall and the anguish it brings the savior of the savages. If I played some small part in the chaos, all the better. Not that I was in any position to resist.
Okay, you are a bit of a man-child though.
But to be made accomplice to the betrayal of Lord Xenos. I would die 1,000 deaths to exact my vengeance. Now you are at my mercy. I shall drag us both into oblivion, and you will never see the fulfillment of your magnum opus. Even should you be reborn, your desperate search for answers must start again.
I don't think that's a problem for him, man. Done like 1,000 times.
Do I want to show him sympathy when he is undeserving? He was like a really nice guy when we met him in the past. He was just sad that no one cared about life. So maybe next time I'll help him find the answer together, I guess.
Even here, even now, you have every right to hate me. For the fool I was, for the monster I became. But I will not beg forgiveness. A tale of Hermes, the man who knew so much, yet understood so little.
That's so accurate. That is such an accurate description of him.
Don't try to follow me. I had more of you people than I could stomach in life. Never mind in death.
Likewise, I pray we do not meet again.
You had better hope not.
Come. Hydaelyn is waiting.
Look at the broken bits of crystal.
Brave travelers, I welcome you.
Oh shit. We meet again, Vanette.
I see. Allowed its journey under Elpis. And now, the rivers of time converge. I know why you have come. Yet I would hear you speak your reasons all the same.
You created the moon to deliver mankind from the final days. But is that really how it has to end? We do not wish to abandon this world. We want to protect the source and all of
Bro, she's gonna be like, if you wish to save the world, you have to fight me first or some shit. Prove your strength. Duel me like before, but win.
The other leadeth to Meteon, far beyond the stars, where she doth chant creation's requiem. Her domain is formed of dynamis, pure, absolute. Where emotion and memory govern all, ether will avail you naught. Meteon hath gathered the pain and despair of countless stars, and to go unprepared is to go unto your doom.
We'll beat her. We'll win. I swear it. Is what I might have said once. After everything I've seen, all the times I've succumbed to my own anger and fear. I can no longer pretend that courage and faith will be enough. But are we truly so powerless? That our only choice is to flee?
Far from it, my child.
Give us that traveler's blessing. Let's go.
Long ago, the inhabitants of myriad stars, many more prosperous than Atheris, sought to free their worlds from life's woes. Sorrow and anger, conflict and hostility, despair, and even death itself. But as Meteon reported, every attempt ended in failure. Darkness abideth within every living being, and can never be cast out. Neither reason nor faith can challenge this immutable truth. To live is to suffer. And in suffering, find strength and purpose. And hope. As you have done so many times before.
True.
Thou dost pursue an impossible dream, yet knowing this, you pursue it nevertheless. And thou hast learned to depend on others as they do thee. Thy yearning for the power to save the powerless hath ever driven thee to greater heights. Thou hast grown strong. Though those closest to thee no longer walketh by thy side, their love remaineth thy guiding light.
That hits
For
home, bro.
duty's sake, thou hast been bound by truths unutterable time and time again. Yet thy heart hath never wavered, as thy companions will attest. In thy pursuit of mysteries great, all thou believest is brought into question. Undaunted, thy thirst for knowledge remaineth unquenched. The fires of hatred that once burned in thy heart burneth no more. From their ashes doth spring the light of love, warm and pure. As witness to black calamity, thou despaired at man's helplessness. Resolved, thou didst unite a distant world on the brink of collapse.
Let's go, buddy.
And thou, my champion, when all did seem lost, thou never abandoned hope. For every trial and every foe that did bar thy way, thou hast proven equal to the challenge, drawing courage from the many bonds forged on thy journey. You have all known despair, and though the end approaches, you walk on, heads held high. Therein lieth your power, the strength to silence the song of oblivion.
Then there is a means to confront her.
Yes, if you should prove yourselves worthy.
I knew it, dude. We got fighter. 100%.
Hark!
There it is.
Nigh impossible is it to send mortals to the edge of the universe. Should you fail, there will be no second chance. As the will of the star, I ask of you this. Do you possess the fortitude to stand firm when all around you does crumble?
This music.
Possess
Oh my
the
god, I got goosebumps.
to vanquish despair itself. Should you lack the strength to best a supreme deity, I cannot allow you to make the journey. You must leave this star and never return. Prepare yourselves.
Prove ourselves worthy. Sounds straightforward enough.
Aye. No room for confusion there.
Let's go, dude.
In any case, we've come too far to back down now. I am of the same mind. What power I have, I shall bring to bear.
The three of you seem to be forgetting who we're up against. It's not every day we battle a divine being
Yo,
of
this
untold
song, dude.
power. Well, not quite every day. Do try not to get underfoot. Needless to say, there'll be no margin for error.
Let us hold nothing back. For the people of this world and those beyond the rift.
Alas, the question I posed to thee in Elpis hath remained unanswered these long years. I would hear thy response, warrior of light. Shouldst thou emerge victorious?
Her design is so cool. What's her skincare routine? Flawless, bro. It's just Aether cream. The Mother Crystal. Oh my god, dude. During this quest and when using the trust system scenario mode, you have the opportunity to undertake this trial with a party of silence. Some of these allies' roles will differ from those you are normally able to select. Though she may now enter the Aetioscope with a party of NPC avatars. Bro, do people actually do trials with trusts? I did? That sounds like unbelievable suffering. It's really cool. This is the first and only trust trial. They're 100% better than players. It was easy in doing randoms. I mean, as you can see on the left, I don't have randoms. I have a very capable team of
warriors. Graha griefed me and I wiped twice. We'll talk to them all before starting, but I'm going in with the FC, bro. I didn't just make the journey with these characters, I made the journey with my free company, you know what I'm saying? What, surprised to hear me and love mentioned in the same breath? I've not heard of Stone, even in my darkest hour there were people I cared for, mentors, comrades, that mad woman who gave her life for us. And then you and Alphinaud threw my eyes off a bridge. I've never known peace since. Never, in past, present, or future, have I found only happiness. To live is to be ever beset by hardships, great and small. It is in these adversities we find the strength to strive for the next moment of peace, and the next, no matter what trials we face. By this strength, have will of gods been defied, and the fortunes of men forever changed. May it be so again this day. If strength and courage is to confront your failings and accept that you are worthy of another chance, to rise from the ashes while the fire still burns, bloodied but unbowed, then my friends have made me strong. Emmett Selk called us incomplete, pitiful creatures, he said, and maybe we are. Pain, grief, fear, they walk with us wherever we go, but we've proved to him that we deserve to live, and we'll prove it to Hydaelyn, Meteon, to the universe itself if we must. Should we bring our singular talents to bear as one, even gods may fall. Nevertheless, I prithee now thyself not into peril, lest our curative resources be spent. From the ruins of a sundered paradise did she rise, to grant this star new life. As its will, long as she labored to guide her children. Make no mistake, this trial puts to proof Hydaelyn's own faith. Pain and despair, aye, we're old friends. I've lost count of the times I've cursed my own powerlessness. But it's the blessed moments in between that I choose to hold in my heart. Memories, possibilities. I fight to keep those things alive. Me and Filia, Reen, to say nothing of you lot, I know, would never settle for less. Alright. I saw JP wipe in 1.2 seconds with the trust. Wait, really? It sounds horrible. You either one shot or it wipes instantly? That sounds right, dude. Alright, man. I'm ready. Ready, check me up. Let's go, homies. This is gonna be nuts. The Mother Crystal. Love that all of her wings are swords. Yeah, it's really sick. Her design is so cool. Divine Light Hydaelyn.
I, the last of my kind, shall test thee. Come, prove thy worth.
You know when VTubers, their like views start to drop off, and so they like go and they pay an artist to design like a divine version of their current like VTuber outfit. That's what Hydaelyn did. Divine Goddess Hydaelyn. And then they do a re-debut. So excited for my re-debut. Bro, how many times can you fucking say debut? Just relax. Alright, let's go.
Have you the strength of will to alter man's fate?
Oh, let's go.
And now this. Light unyielding. By blade. We're near or far.
Wait, I haven't finished at the end of Enshroud? I do? Oh shit, yeah.
By blade.
Oh, that hurt. Fuck. Oh, that's new, dude. Communio?
Crystals of light. To me.
Crystals of Light? At base? Holy shit, this is crazy.
Here. The song of creation's end. Feel. The sorrow and hope's demise. Think. Find your way in the darkness. Follow your light. Or fly, my children,
dude, this is so
and
good.
never look back.
This is definitely gonna be an ultimate, right? Oh.
Then you are resolved. But this test is far from over. By crystal light.
Get the fuck away from me, Luca. What the fuck? Oh my god, bro. Who paid this guy?
We're high or low.
I don't want to use the limit break because we might need it for healers.
Light unyielding. Refulgence eternal.
Oh, there's like a safe spot for DPS, I guess. I didn't notice.
By blade!
Oh my god, dude. I got you, got. So she's doing 2 different moves at once there?
Succumb not to fear!
Yo, this looks crazy. What the fuck? I couldn't move, bro. I come in.
Light unyielding!
Oh my god, you motherfuckers, dude. They fucking all died at the end. Ah, that was awesome.
At last, man has the strength to.
Thanks, everyone. Hey, you and me both, Highland, huh? That took it out of us. That was a good fight. That sure took it out of us, man. We're both real tired after that one, huh? It's gonna be okay, mama. Bro, I'm only 2 hours into the stream and Chess said I had 10 hours left, so what the fuck, dude?
No, this can't be happening.
Though my power is in constant flux, I have always kept a reserve for this very moment. It was a true test of your prowess. You have done well.
Got like 5 hours left.
There is one thing I must ask. By sundering the world into 14 shards, the ether of all living beings too was divided. This reduction would in theory allow us to more easily interact with Dynamis. Having seen mankind brought to the very precipice of extinction, you wished for us to develop a means to overcome despair. You believed we had the potential, and sundered all creation to see it fulfilled, to deliver us to that swirling maelstrom of Dynamis in which our foe hides, and grant
Dude, that
us
makes
the
so much more
power
sense.
to
She
defeat
sundered
her
us to,
once and
like,
for all.
cut the
Is this
ether
not
down.
true?
It is as thou sayest. 'Twas the trial to which I subjected mankind, and it hath led to untold bloodshed and suffering. There was no kindness, nor justice in the tragedy I wrought. When confronted with the almighty Zodiac, my only recourse was rend him and the world asunder, that his power be diminished for a time. And so it came to pass. Now you, my chosen, have surpassed my expectations. Surpassed me. I entrust the fate of the universe unto you. This crystal contains the memory of Meteion's passage through the stars. Deliver it unto the Loporrits. They will guide you to her.
Though they may be capable of crossing great distances, there is a vast difference between traveling to the moon and the furthermost reaches of the great expanse. And unlike Meteion, we cannot simply soar on waves of dynamis to our destination.
Indeed. To make such a journey would require an astronomical amount of ether. But a solution lieth close at hand.
Of course.
Yes, my child. Ever since I became the will of the star,
This is just a giant crystal of ether.
slowly crystallized.
Holy shit.
They who have answered my call.
She's just been hoarding this shit.
While I have remained hidden, it has become the embodiment of the planet's will in my place. A faceless, omnipotent force of nature. The Mother Crystal. Our final hope.
Boom, dude.
Alas, I can do no more. The fulfillment of this task doth fall to you, my chosen. Now, heed these words. Darkness and light, despair and hope. As goeth one, so goeth the other. Become light, become hope. I have a gift for thee. Come closer. Long have I searched for a means to safeguard the future.
We about to get
of
some
this star.
memories? What's going down?
Though I knew failure after failure, by recalling thy tales and my promise to thee, I found the strength to carry on. Though the world is ever changing, thy thirst for adventure hath never waned. Thine unshakable resolve never ceases to amaze, to inspire. As a mark of my gratitude, I bestow this final gift. Thou dost possess the crystal of Azan, yes? As Heidelin, I reside over the forces of stasis, tranquility, peace. The laws which impart stability to existence itself. I will weave this self-same power into the crystal, granting thee mastery over matter, to give form to the formless.
Oh shit.
Use it wisely, for it will not last indefinitely. As thou hast seen on thy journey through the ethereal
So we get the
sea,
powers of an old Ascian.
souls are drawn to thee. Mayhap this trait will prove to be a boon rather than a hindrance.
Creation magics. Yo, the song though.
It is thy hopes and prayers that enable Asm's invocations and give them life. So keep them close. But pray, remember this. When the way forward is hidden, even from the mind's eye, look not to the invocation, but within yourself. These were the words of the crystal's original bearer.
Damn. She just hit me with my own words that I didn't remember.
With that,
No, don't go.
work is finished.
You're so hot, don't leave.
Fulfill our promise. Right the wrongs committed when the world was yet whole. Silence the song of oblivion. Teach her a brighter melody. Show her our journey is far from over.
We will find our way.
Of this, I have no doubt. For yours
Oh, she's crying.
is a light brilliant beyond measure. Long after I have gone, though not even my soul remaineth, my love will be with you forever, my dearest children.
Bro, she held on for so long. Big respect. Big respect, Heidelin. 12,000 years she just endured. Until we were ready, dude. That's fucking crazy. She like met us. She met us. And then she had to wait 12,000 years for the time loop to close. Jeez Louise. She's gone, dude. Omega Sag. She met you, protected you, and waited for you? Yeah, that's crazy, dude. Yeah, I just think, like, we haven't been here that long, right? Like, this is our one lifetime. So was she just waiting until we were reborn and it took that long? Or has there been countless iterations of us that have, like, failed? It's a bit confusing, right? There were probably other iterations of us, but they weren't the right ones because they weren't the ones that went to the past. So she just safeguarded them and then waited for the next one. Have you done the Full Lord's quest line? No. It was this year that met her in the past? Yeah. Alexander implies that time is a closed circle. I mean, all the time travel in the game implies that time is a closed circle. That's not my question. I'm assuming, based on the answers, that no one knows. Yeah, but Graha was more like multiversing than time travel. I kind of like how they like leave Azem so ambiguous. Like, I don't know, maybe we'll meet Azem in the future from here, but like as of now, I think they try really hard not to impart a personality that you aren't onto you, and so they like it's so like they're so ambiguous about it. But we'll see. Because it would suck to like not enjoy the character that they introduce as Em and then realize that you are that character for the player, I guess. So everyone just says like, oh, she was really cool. You're just like her. And that's it. And then you're like, that's me. But yeah, let's keep going. I'm glad to see you well, though we could only roughly place your souls. Deep as you went, we could neither see nor hear you. The fluctuations in your aether near the end can be quite a fright. What in the world happened?
You mean to say that Heidelin is... No, there's no time to feel our feelings. We must carry out Heidelin's will without delay. Or find Meteon if the last thing we do. If you wouldn't mind handing over the crystal, that is. The fancy navigatory one.
To the edge of the universe, where congregates the despair of countless stars. You are determined to see this through? We are. Should words fail us, we will fight, to the bitter end. I know that it pains you to accept this, with that I need ask nothing more of you. Yet we have only two means to travel to the Great Expanse, the Moon and the Charlian Arc. And I'm all too aware that without both of them there will be no exodus, but I nevertheless beg you to honor the agreement we made. The Forum's decision will be honored. You have earned the right to use the ship as you see fit, and I could not rescind, even if I wanted to. As it happens, I do not, and would do all within my power to aid your cause.
Bringing oneself to Heidelin's never easy. Despite our unparalleled genius, we'll need a day to make the necessary calculations. We may as well take advantage of it.
You can chart a course through the Sea of Stars in a single day. Ye gods. Shall we head above ground for some fresh air? Perhaps a nap? We come back and they've fucking like duct taped the mother crystal to the fucking ship. And they're like, we're ready. It's time to go. That was really cool. Both the trials so far have been awesome. So she was the last primal, right? There are none left. Oh, I've been expecting you. I heard about your friends at the Ethereal Sea. The students have ventured far and wide, but never quite that deep. Are you experiencing any after effects from your prolonged exposure? Nausea, dizziness, hauntings? Or have a pleasant sleep? She was also the last living ancient. Unsundered one, yeah, I guess.
There you are. Some time, indeed, yes. For you, at least.
That's Hith, bro.
Believe me, I'd meant to get some proper sleep. But here we are, drifting along instead. Well, well, you too. And so we remain, to watch and wonder. Yes, indeed. To begin, we first must see the end.
That's probably like, I don't know, maybe us dreaming of Azem talking to Hythlodaeus or something. Is that that? That's the earring? That's pretty cool. Wait. I think I need to put you in here, right? There we go.
Samira, I trust you've had a good rest. An envoy of Master Falchinod arrived not long ago with a message.
The Loporets have determined Meteorite's location. We've been tasked to gather the rostra. I'll meet you there along with the others. Gather at the rostra. Okay. Hey, Sandy, thank you for the 21 months. Can I join a Drowned Zam? Well, the way I interpret it was the bubbles was us. We were speaking whenever the bubbles came out, but we only remembered his side of the conversation, right? Unless he was like interpreting our feelings as words or whatever the fuck the me or the go did. Sam doing anything that isn't combat? What are you talking about? Are you gonna level crafters and gatherers? Maybe, dude. I was thinking about it. As you know, the Loporrits have deduced the whereabouts of Meteion by means of a crystal bequeathed to us by Hydaelyn herself. Your quarry's location is a place far beyond the moon in the farthest reaches of the Sea of Stars, at the edge of creation. A veritable Ultima Thule. Indeed. How then are we to reach it?
An excellent question. Luckily for you, I have an equally excellent answer. In theory, with its advanced propulsion systems, the moon is capable of delivering you to Ultima Thule, but the myriad other facilities housed within would greatly impede travel through the Sea of Stars. Even with the Mother Crystal may not possess enough ether to bear so massive a vessel to our destination and back. However, if we integrate our Hyper Hopper into your ship, we may be able to fire things up and jump our way to the end of the universe in no time.
Father, does this mean... Bear in mind, this decision was not made solely at my discretion, but with the consent of the Forum. Hearing the Loporrits' proposal, the Forum was faced with a grave decision. To commit the Ark to this endeavor would mean abandoning both our plans to evacuate the moon and to resettle on another star. Needless to say, the proposition invited fierce debate. In the end, however, the Forum was swayed by the simple fact that Hydaelyn believed you possessed the strength needed to overcome the crisis. The Great Exodus was, after all, a plan of Hydaelyn's own making. Therefore, if in the 11th hour she would proffer another means by which we may seek salvation, we would be fools to dismiss it out of hand. Indeed, she sacrificed everything, her very existence, to avert the destruction of this star. That is why we have chosen to place our faith in Hydaelyn, in you. The Ark will be made ready for your voyage to Ultima Thule.
What of all the people that have laboured so tirelessly to prepare for the evacuation? They must be furious.
I would not be so sure. They had not forgotten your deeds on the Magna Glacis. Nor did your instrumental role in orchestrating the delivery of Andamantite go unnoticed. No, the people do not protest. Quite the contrary. They've expressed unwavering support for you and your mission. Are the Loporrits willing to abandon the Exodus?
Were you not listening when I said we were born of Hydaelyn's love for Etheris and its people? If it means your survival, we'll do anything to help. And you'll most certainly have need of our expertise while you're going. There's no guarantee Ultima Thule is a place that supports life, an otherwise vexing problem our know-how can remedy. Besides, Hydaelyn chose us to lead the way to Meteion. Why else would she give you a crystal only we can decipher? But more importantly, we were perfectly content to evacuate Etheris until you brought us here, Oriange. And now we've enamored with the place, so what choice do we have but to save it?
Oh shit, dude, we got them addicted to oxygen. They ain't going back. Of course, none of this is possible without you and your scion, so I must ask, are you certain you wish to do this? Bro, what a dumb question. Hello? Couldn't stop us if you tried. The Loporrits discovered catgirls. Very well, we shall inform the Forum of your decision and begin preparations to bolster the Ark with the Hyper Hopper. Loporritz will coordinate with the Isambard contingent and have the necessary components transported via the Tower of Babel. Of course, it will take time until the work is complete. For now, pray take your ease. It would seem there's naught to do but rest and prepare, shall we? Chat, how do I just turn off the entire chat box? I'll just hide absolutely everything. There's a way to just hide it all. Right click general. Alright. Problem solved, yeah? Ere we depart, we must leave nothing undone. Quite, though it's difficult to conceive of how one can best prepare to brave a domain where dynamis governs all. Nevertheless, Hydaelyn seemed deemed us worthy of the trials that await. For lack of any other feasible options at this late stage, let's trust in her judgment and face Meteion as we are. Which leaves a not so small task according to our efforts here to you and Tartaru. If all goes to plan, we'll be back before you know it. I certainly hope so. We will be praying for your safe return. Mayhap it will affect the dynamis for better. With that settled, we should get some rest and make the most of the time we've been afforded. Huh?
The meeting's over, is it? You were in there for so long, I started to worry. What did they have to say?
They said you can't come.
The edge of creation. I see. Rest assured, everything will remain in order until you return. And you will return. Actually, Samira, could I borrow you for a moment?
Looks like your plans for the interim are decided. When the two of you are finished, let's meet back at the Baldesion Annex, alright?
Come with me to the Agora. I have something to show you.
That waddle, dude. Have you noticed that, like, Lollifells can't put their arms down past, like, here? Like, their arms can't go to their sides. They're just stuck here, always. And then when they walk, they swing them.
Welcome, Samira, to Tartaru Taoru's boutique. I've always done my best to provide the Silence with fashionable attire, but in your case specifically, I make extra effort to strive for the most functional yet stylish clothing one could ask for. Not that I'm playing favourites, but you are the Warrior of Light. Faced with this unprecedented crisis, I knew you would need an ensemble unlike anything I've created before, and that I wouldn't be able to do it alone. And so, after enlisting the aid of the world's finest artisans, I finally completed my career-defining masterpiece.
But then inspiration struck and I saw a golden opportunity just begging to be seized. With the help of some Thavnarian refugees, I decided to set up shop here in Charlian. Of course, I would never charge you for any of our works. Perish the thought. Vasarud, how are things coming along? Vasarud. Everything's in order, Mistress Tartaru. We'll be ready to open shortly. Which is why I brought you here, to our very first patron. Would you mind waiting here for a moment? Oh, I'm the first patron, dude. Following event cannot be skipped. You may wish to cancel any duty registrations. I'm gonna wait for the boutique to open, dude. She's a girl after my own heart, dude. Alright, everyone knows I love a glam. Ah, did not expect to find you here. Oh no, who is it? The dragon. I imagine Nidhana would also wish to offer her regards. Alas, after delving our dragon scales to the engineers, she remained to assist with their work on the Aether Burner. This simulacrum too will stay in Charlian while I oversee matters in Radzad Han. It is a rather convenient means to keep abreast of developments pertaining to the final days or anything else. It also allows me, after a fashion, to watch over my people in this distant land.
Varshan, I was hoping you'd stop by. I can't thank you enough for allowing your artisans to work with me here at the boutique.
Please, it is I who should be thanking you. The establishment has restored a sense of normalcy to their lives. You have blessed them with newfound purpose and a means by which to support themselves in these troubled times. What's more, when they at last return home to Radzad Han, the experience and knowledge they have gained in your employ will no doubt prove a boon to the artistry and commerce of our land. In fact, I came here to see how your new employees are settling in and to express my gratitude for granting them this opportunity.
It's an opportunity for me as well. Believe you me, the artisans have taught me so much about Thavnarian craftsmanship. Their resourcefulness and ingenuity are nothing short of inspiring. I can't wait to see what kind of wonders we come up with.
Why'd she do like a little dance in the room? I pray your every success in the endeavors. Before coming here, I heard word of the forum's decision, of what will soon be attempted. It was only then that I finally understood why my father called this star the last bastion of hope. Indeed, it was the last bastion, for the flame of every other star he encountered had likely been extinguished. In the boundless dark, the light of brimming life must have been blinding in its splendor. Your journey unto the heavens, protect the light. May the scales of my kin serve you well. I have faith you would prevail and restore peace and tranquility to this star. Would that Ahewan were alive to see it. I would not see his sacrifice squandered, nor shall I rest until Radzad Han is returned to its former glory. Forgive me, but I must take my leave. Fare you well, and remember, the people of this star have not yet given up hope, and neither must you.
See ya!
Fucking Tartaru. Here comes someone else. Drum roll. Who else do we help this expansion? Elephant Lady? Where must I go to get a meal with some flavor in this wasteland? I'm guessing, chat. I'm guessing. Oh, no, it's him. I got it wrong. Shit. It's this guy.
Samir, my old girl. Whatever you doing here? A new boutique, you say? I'd been meaning to expand my wardrobe. Yes, something a little more flair, perhaps, befitting a man of my station. Though I have nowhere to flaunt said raiment so long as my confinement continues indefinitely, I, the young Lord Fortomps, insisted that, so long as there's work to be done, no matter how trivial, I must abide here in Charlian.
Thus I do toil, heavy though every fibre of my being rails against it. Why, I've even suffered the company of that brute Sickard to see supplies transported in a timely fashion. Yet he was the one granted leave this morning to participate in some supposed covert operation. So I suffer instead of this otherwise welcome absence, now burdened with my extra busy work, and without Honor here, there's no one to prepare my meals. I came here in the hopes of finding a nice cafe, perhaps. Alas, the Charlian delicacies I've sampled were lacking in every respect.
A hearty meal's what you're after? I might suggest the Last Stand.
The cafe over on the pier, their cuisine didn't appear all that appetizing, but if you vouch for their cooking, then perhaps I will give it a try. Thank you for the suggestion, and ta-ta for now, old girl.
Can't eat anything spicier than mayo. True. He's like one of those guys who's like 25 but only eats nuggies and fries, dude. Tendies. Well, is that Samira and Tatu I spy? Who would this be? Ah.
Hancock, what are you still doing here? You said you were returning immediately after dropping off your cargo.
Yes, that was my original plan. After all, any expertise required aside from the delivery of goods is well beyond my purview. What man of entrepreneur would squander an opportunity to study the markets of the northern seas? Worry not, I will return straightways to Kagane once I've finished.
Of course, you would find a way to turn this crisis to your advantage.
She wounds me, the industrious woman running a new boutique. I'm not blind to the travails of those who fight on the front lines to deliver us from ruin. Indeed, I have every confidence they'll succeed, and I would make myself and my business ready for their return.
If you believe in them so devoutly, then why not put your money where your mouth is?
Fair enough, Tartaru. Fair enough. There's naught more I can do to help ready the Ark and her heroes for their maiden voyage, but on your return I shall host a grand celebration in your honor at the Bakoi Inn. The Bakaro Inn? Accommodations are quite costly given the reputation of said establishment, but the East Aldernate Trading Company would be honored to foot the bill. Will there be lemon cakes? A woman of tart tastes, I see. Yes, there'll be lemon cakes and much, much more. The finest delicacies the world and Lord Lolorito have to offer. Let us speak more upon your return, lest I draw even more of Tataru's ire. Until next we meet. So I assume if I'd have done Four Lords, they would probably come along in this segment as well. It's like everyone that helped bring the stuff. I don't know. Maybe. Monchek? Monchek? Who's next? Monchek? Monchek. It's gotta be like fucking Lee's, right? Like. Oh, Samira, decided to spend your time at the markets, did you? Oh, Biggs and Wedge!
Tartaru? Biggs, Wedge, I take it work on the art proceeds apace?
Aye, it does indeed. Collaborating with the greatest minds of Charlian and Razat Han has been a rewarding experience, and that's to say nothing of what we learned from the Loporits. The Ark is unlike anything we've ever had the pleasure to work on. Even Nero was rendered speechless on more than one occasion. I can't wait for you to see it. Still hard to believe we have the means to send you off into the great expanse, though, to the farthest known reaches of, well, everything. Never thought I'd live to see such marvels, yet here I am. More often than not, you and your scions are the catalyst that sparks the need for these great innovations. To think how much I'd missed out on had I not been a member of the Ironworks.
An awful lot of work, to be fair, and the privilege of being worked like a cart chocobo.
There's that too. As busy as we've been, I wish there was more we could do for you, Samira. No matter what happens, we have to keep believing for a brighter future. And one filled with even more adventure.
When you head back, would you tell the engineers I'll be along shortly with refreshments? That's very kind of you, Tataru. They'll be glad to hear it. And on that note, when I should get going? Still a few more supplies together before we return.
Ask her out, pussy. Oh, stared at her for a bit too long, didn't ya? Hey?
Terribly sorry for the wait. Right this way, if you please.
Oh yeah, here's the woman we saved.
Right, I don't believe the two of you have been formally introduced. This is Vasarud from Palakistan.
Haven't we met before?
Ah, yes. It was you who helped us at Perusa. And again when crossing the ice fields, was it not? I doubt we exchanged little more than glances then, but it's kind of you to remember me. Thanks to Mistress Tartaru, I and many of my friends have found gainful employment in this foreign land. It's only natural to feel fear in the face of calamity. In such times, we must look to one another for strength and succor. I know not whether we'll come to call this place home, or return to Thavnir, but we are here today, and we're glad to have contributed to the cause. And contribute they did, by helping you make your new garments as durable as possible. We put our hearts and souls into them, and I have every confidence they'll keep you safe in the battle to come. Gods, to think how far we've come since our humble beginnings at the Waking Sands. From the rising stones to the falling snows, and even a certain insufferable someone's ruby bazaar, we were always fortunate to find friends along the way. Even when you were swept away to the first, Gratia was there to grant you sanctuary. I'll never forget the relief I felt when you all returned to us. I thought my heart would burst. Yours has been a long, long journey, and I've been privileged to watch, often with bated breath, as you persevered time and time again. For all the joy we've shared, there's been much sorrow as well. I've long since learned you can't have one without the other. Which is why I promised to send you off to the Sea of Stars with a smile. And you can be certain I'll be the first one to welcome you back on your return.
Bro, this better be like that armor with the red cape that I've fucking seen some Reapers wearing. Because that shit looks so cool.
In addition to your new ensemble, we have raiments and weaponry for every need, so please feel free to browse our stock.
Man, obtain job-specific gear. The weapon and gear obtained can be equipped at level 89. However, all item stats will be subject to item level sync. Upon reaching level 90 with the corresponding job, these items will no longer be synced. Furthermore, the gear can be dyed upon completion of the role quest associated with said job. Oh, dude. Chat, this is the one I think. Oh my god, dude. It has a cape, chat. It has a cape. Dude, do they all look crazy? Actually, I want to see something else. What's the monk one? Oh my god, dude, they all look really good. Wow. Oh, that's the dragoon one? That looks sick. Yeah, they look really good. I need to like make room for them all. Yeah, god, dude, fuck me. Everything, everything's full, dude. Wait, where's the chess piece? That's why the inventory's so clean? No, I put everything on my chocobo. That's why it's clean. Dude. Oh my god, dude. It looks so cool. Turn your helmet on. Wait! It works on bunnies? Oh my god. Wait, do I have to go, do I wear this set? Or do I go and glam it up, combine it with some other stuff? I don't... No glam? I don't know if I want the hat in cutscenes, because you can't see the facial expressions. No. Oh, wrong one.
I realise you've still got lots to do before you depart, so I won't keep you any longer. I do hope you can find a moment for yourself and that others can as well. They said they were returning for the Valdizian Annex, though I doubt they stayed for long. If you decide to go looking for them, I suggest speaking with Krill first. I'm sure they would have told her their plans.
Do the roll quest and diet? Isn't the roll quest like really long and not very good?
You're back! I take it you received your gift from Tartaru?
Yeah, check me out.
This was a surprise getting long in the making, with many, many long hours of fretting to get everything just right. I'm glad to see it realised with great success. If you're looking for the others, though, they've already taken their leave. Estrada, Thancred, and Urielje have gone to the last stand for a bite to eat. Alze and Grahatia, meanwhile, thought their time better spent poring over the books at the Numenon. As for Alphino and Astilian, well, they've elected to pay a visit to the Levelier estate, though Astilian seems somewhat reluctant to go. I'm sure they would all be glad for your company if you mind to seek them out. You should be feeling peckish. I'd suggest you head over to Last Stand before Estrella and the others finish eating. But above all else, I'd be foolish to run headlong into battle for a fatigued mess, so do remember to get a good night's sleep. Okay.
Smira, come, make our trio a quartet, have you? Please, have a seat, and we'll see about getting you a drink.
Your business with Tataru was finished. My, what a thoughtful surprise. Whatever would we do without her?
Indeed. And she's right, you know. It hasn't been all doom and gloom.
Feels like a lifetime ago that Master Louis Soir gathered us together to form the Circle of Knowing. Since then, we have experienced much. But rather than feeling wiser, the more I learn, the more I find my knowledge lacking.
Forsooth. As a student, vainly did I believe that I held the secrets of creation in my grasp. Yet that which I had seized was but an insignificant sliver of what awaited in the wider world. Every encounter, every experience hath served to open mine eyes, enlightening and humbling me in equal measure. Even from those whom I called enemies have I learned many a valuable lesson.
What will we learn at the edge of the universe, I wonder?
Despair. True despair.
Ultima Thule, where the bringer of the end makes her nest. I, for one, can't possibly imagine. But whatever awaits us there, we will survive. We must. For her.
You've nothing left to prove. Ah, that feels mean though. Yeah, I'm vibing with 3. It's more jokey.
Oh, ye of little faith. I know better than to leave home without ample supplies, thank you very much. Didn't pick up the gunblade yesterday. But to think I used to prefer fighting from the shadows. Gods, I really have changed.
We've come far together, and if we have aught to say about it, we'll go further still. Aye.
Can we
will avert this calamity and return home. In preparation
the food
for
is
which,
so bad.
we must give thought to what we hope to achieve after the proverbial dust is settled.
What with the primals and Ascians all but dealt with, I suppose we'll need to look for new hobbies. In all seriousness, though, in uniting to overcome a common foe, the disparate peoples of the world have found a way forward together. It's a truly gratifying sight to see.
Indeed. Though it was many years in the making, we have successfully set in motion the gears of fundamental change. With this, we have fulfilled our humble role as a symbol of hope. And I dare say it is time to bow out. After all, there is no shortage of hands to bear the torch in our stead.
You know, I never really considered I might live long enough to see an after. But even if my time as a scion came to an end, I don't expect that much would change. Traveling the world, going wherever the wind blows, lending a hand to those in need.
A journey for journey's sake. It doth suit thee well. I must confess I too have yearned to see more of the world. If thou art amenable to the suggestion, I would accompany thee. Mine ability to affect an air of normalcy through artful disguise is much improved, thou must concede.
Aye, well, improvement is relative. You still look suspicious no matter what you wear.
True. Bro, you literally tattooed yourself on the
What have
face.
you,
Like,
any grand plans?
Why, continue my quest for knowledge, naturally. To begin with, I wish to know the state of the reflections, to which end I must find a means to travel between worlds. 'Tis the least I must do if I am to keep my promise.
Lahi!
Should my pursuits prove unduly arduous, I won't hesitate to call on you. And in return, I will take you to see Reen one day. I'm sure you cannot wait to see the fine young woman she has become.
Spare me.
And what of thee? What wouldst thou pursue at duty's end?
Here's yours. My apologies for the wait.
Well, shall we make a toast? To victory.
To our comrades.
To the future of the star.
wait, if we just figured out how to give her the blessing of the traveler, she would be able to go between reflections, right? That's like the only difference between me and her. Leaving so soon? I suppose it's for the best. We'd rather not explore the bottom of a bottle with Orange. I dare say others will welcome your company as well, if you can find them, that is. In any case, as long as you make the most of your time, then it's all that matters. Alright, we'll go find the others. What are our choices here? Friends gathered. Friends gathered. Let's go see, we'll go see Estinian and, first, and the kids. You should have asked Vinat to give it to her. I mean, I think it's implied that, like, the blessing of the traveler is something that we also knew how to do. It would have been more or less a given for the Azem, right? Or maybe it was unique to her. I don't know. Azem thing isn't why we have the connection to the first. No, but like it implies that we are like we inherit like the legacy of the adventurer, right? Like it would take a certain kind of soul to be able to do it in the first place.
Oh. What brings you here? Ah, so you were worried that the Levier household might again be gripped by turmoil. All is well, I assure you. In my letters home, I had made mention of Estinian, you see. My mother wished to meet the legend in person, and so we arranged to have a spot of tea together.
Where were you in my hour of need? Fell beasts I can face, but I'm not made for idle chit-chat with lords and ladies.
Uh-oh. His greatest foe.
Well, I for one thought you held your own. Mother was the picture of delight.
I might have been delighted myself, were we in a tavern with more agreeable drink. The thought of fleeing crossed my mind, but what then? I'd never hear the end of it, least of all from Tatari.
I'm sorry. 'Twas not my intent to cause you such distress. It's just... it was one of the things I didn't want to leave undone ere we set forth. That's not to say I think we won't be returning. Yet, given what lies ahead, I did not wish to leave for later that which I could do today. After all, tomorrow is never promised.
It's fine. Not like I had better things to do. Besides, seeing you with your mother brought back fond memories of my own. Be we rich or poor, family is family. Well, it's past time we were on our way.
Wait! Since I left home, I've made a great many mistakes. Mistakes for which I can never make amends. But through it all, you didn't give up on me. To have returned here with you at my side, it means more to me than you know. Thank you, from the bottom of my heart. Forgive me, but it needed to be said.
I'm the one who owes you thanks. Were it not for you, I would not be alive today, nor come to terms with Nidhogg's spirit. I am ever grateful.
I suppose I ought to thank you both as well.
Well, we needn't make it a competition. You know, this must be what Hydaelyn meant when she spoke about depending on one another. However treacherous the road before us, together we will prevail.
Just I'm really depending on you guys in that last fight. Alright, you know what? Dude, most people in my free company and in my chat bully me when I play this game, dude. You know who's been my consistent friends for my entire fucking 6 years I've been playing? Those guys, alright? So get off their backs, okay? Don't be insulting them. Because for much of my journey through Eorzea, they're all I had, you motherfuckers. They're the real ones. True. I even got kicked out of my own free company, dude. You know who never kicked me out of nothing? Estinian. Alphano. What the fuck? The general chat just came back. Does it come back between cutscenes? What the fuck? You guys gave me a temporary fix? That's just gonna get me spoiled? I'll just keep it on event. That's the best way to do it. I'll just keep it on event. Try speaking to Alize, but she is fast asleep. Aww. That's cute. See the homies asleep, you just get comfy.
Oh. Knowing them, they're probably dreaming about the celestial adventures to come. Just as well. They've been running themselves ragged of late. Unlike you and the others, I'm a few steps removed from the danger and excitement. The things you all get up to never fail to impress me. But by the same token, I can't help but worry. Not only for your safety, but for your happiness. After everything you've sacrificed, you earned it 1,000 times over. From the simple pleasures of tucking into a hearty meal or collapsing into a comfortable bed, to the grand triumphs of visiting legendary lands or finding true love. You deserve all the joy in the world. There is so much that life has to offer, so much to be treasured and shared with those we hold dear. So promise me this. Come what may, you won't give up on your own happiness. When you're out there fighting tooth and nail, it's all too easy to forget. But in the end, your passions will be your greatest strength of all. Remember that.
This feels familiar.
Girl, hi, it was a one-night stand. Let it go.
Well, 'tis good to be. Wait. What am I? Gods, don't tell me I fell asleep.
Not Not that there's any shame in it, but you were sleeping like babies.
Oh, how embarrassing.
She's just walking.
Not a word to anyone. Understood? Not one word.
I'm told that sleeping in proper beds of your own choosing is a much more effective way to prepare for battle.
So, what were the two of you doing here?
I had a few books to return to the library. Thought I'd take care of it while I could.
And you?
It's a secret. Smile. Speak with Ojika. Thor, if you truly intend to play Final Fantasy, I would just stop watching me right now, because you're spoiling yourself for the end of a 6-year journey. Alright, then I'm out. Yes, you should leave. I will see you soon, brother. Welcome back, Samira. Return to catch your final few winks before embarking on your mission, I presume. You'll be happy to know your chambers have been cleaned and fresh linens laid out. I pray you enjoy the sweetest dreams on this final night before the big day. That night at the Royal Menagerie in Alamigo.
What you want. Not even the battle you pine for so dearly. In that transcendent moment, what was it that I sought in you? Was it that you sought in me?
Bro, they gotta leave this motherfucker like unattended to, so that they have a story mode, the story for the next whatever's to come. He just, what the fuck is he doing here, bro? Like, you're actually small fry. Like, go away. Like, actually left this motherfucker on read, dude.
often have we thus assembled? To combine our knowledge and seek solutions to the problems before us.
Back at the Waking Sands, it was all we could do to address the most minor of troubles. Who could have realized what we'd find when we began to look to the sources of the realm's woes?
At the Rising Stones, we made great strides and shared many moments, from the joyous to the sorrowful.
We've had occasion to call other places home too. Be it Ishgard or Kugane, we were fortunate to find sanctuary wherein we might take stock and continue our fight.
I was honored to host this company in the Crystarium, to stand with you all as we confronted the truth of the star itself.
And now from this place, we go to fight the most important battle of all.
The Forum has sent word. The Ark is ready. The Loporrits naturally will be commanding the vessel. They will see the 8 of you to Ultima Thule. Upon arriving, your objective is to find and vanquish Meteion. As a final formality, the Forum bade me ascertain your resolve. So, are you certain you wish to do this?
There's no way we have to kill Meteion. Literally, Heidelin said that I cannot exist without her.
We are.
Despair and hope. We can't kill her.
Then, ere you report to Thalmasane, I leave you with these words.
We gotta save her.
You must triumph. What that means will differ for each of you. To make it back home, or to simply avert doom, or perhaps something else altogether. Yet whatever it is that drives you, I have faith in its power to see you through. So please, triumph. Triumph, as we who remain behind believe you will.
Let us be off then.
Wait! Both Kryl and I will be there to see you off, but as your receptionist, I feel I need to say this here. Safe journey, all of you, and be safe.
You can count on it. I feel like I might as well add to the death flag that is currently presiding over the entire group, you know? Everyone else is just dogpiling on there, dude, so, you know, fuck it.
Why'd you cut his ready to send you off with a smile?
Ugh. I suppose this is where we part ways for now, at least. Whether I had sage words of wisdom to share ere you depart, mayhap the teachings of Guluf Baldizian will suffice. Surrender not to anger or hatred, he said. Look beyond them, and there find true strength. What one sees beyond is open to interpretation, I think. But for me, it would be the things I cherish most in life. Things I believe are worth fighting for. Something to consider as you venture unto the sea of the stars.
Alright, speak with Fortunate at the Aporia. Unto the heavens, dude. Let's go. Bum, 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 bum. No, not this fucking music again, dude. You can fly, you know? It's not the same. It's not the same as me just fucking hauling ass, bro. I gotta savor this moment, man. RP walk? You're right. It's time, chat. We go to save the world. For real reals this time. All the other times pale in comparison to this time that we will save the world. The OG, dude. The OG song.
All present and accounted for? Good. As you will have heard, the Ark is ready. All that remains is to board and be on your way.
I've seen my fair share of tight schedules, but this was bloody murder. But we did it. We finished the ship.
Yeah, dude, remember when we all thought this expansion was fighting Zodiac on the moon?
Aye. It's a garland through and through.
I really don't know what we'd do without you. Thank you for everything.
Well, the work was hard, but we've learned a lot from it. After all, it's not every day you get tasked with building a star-faring vessel. In case you're wondering about payment, the ongoing existence of the world ought to do. But feel free to throw in a colorful recounting of your journey on your return. So, have you thought of a name?
A name? Wasn't everyone just calling it Father's teeny tiny toy boat?
Well, seeing as its purpose has changed, I thought a more eloquent name was in order. I suggested as much to Fortuno, who seemed quite amenable to the idea.
As you know, This vessel is the culmination of heretofore unprecedented collaboration. And though said collaboration is owed to the Scions, there is another whose noble deeds made our work possible.
Hydaelyn.
From a fragment of Dalamud, we obtained not only advanced materials such as refined adamantite, but the knowledge to traverse the stars. And this fragment would not have found its way to us had the Archon Louisoix not fought to protect this world. And in so doing,
Wait, is he gonna name it after his grandfather? That's pretty pog. I mean, his father.
The vessel stands complete. I cannot help but wonder if it was more than mere happenstance. If it was my father's intention to guide us here. In the hopes that his guidance will see you all safely home, I name the vessel after that self-same fragment of Dalamud he delivered unto us. The Starship Ragnarok.
Oh shit, dude. That's actually a good name. I think we should also name the moon Balam Garden.
Sorry for the wait. I got everyone you asked for, and not a one less.
Oh shit. Is this like the strongest person from every beast tribe?
What are you all doing here?
Oh, I invited them. The representatives of those tribes with religious inclinations. You've done a fine job of readying the Ragnarok, but for it to take flight,
Oh, I see.
need the power of the Mother Crystal. Given its immense size, however, transporting it would be an absolute logistical nightmare, not to mention we'd need to shatter it into tiny shards for feeding to the engines. But a brilliant idea came to me. We convert the crystal's energy into forms that can transport themselves!
Thou wouldst employ summoning, or should I say its precursor, creation magics.
Hey, I can do that.
Care to explain for our benefit?
As you may have witnessed at Bestway's Burrow, the Loporrits are capable of creation magics, which they use to shape the moon's environment. Yet simple though they make it seem, 'tis a highly advanced and exacting art. To perform it correctly, requireth that the wielder holdeth the object in his mind's eye in clearest detail.
Hence the ancients' meticulous management of concepts.
Drawing upon this art, the Ascians conceived of summoning as we know it. A derivative that replaceth the complexity of concepts with the simplicity of zealotry to make manifest a creation.
I see. By combining the Loporrits' magics and the tribe's faith, we convert the Mother Crystal into primals of purer form and greater obedience. Summoning as it was intended, one might say.
Yeah.
Indeed! Indeed! While Hydaelyn gave us the ability to use creation magics, she forbade us from using it to make anything possessed of a soul, or similar. She didn't say anything about fulfilling the desires of others, though. So, borrowing our friend's faith, we'll create deities using the Mother Crystal's power and send them to the Ragnarok!
Am I the only one here concerned about the risk of being turned into a tempered minion?
We've got the dragon scales.
Right, I was getting to that. From what I've read in Sharlayan tomes, it appears the Ascians incorporated an additional nasty element into their summoning method. The further and use their powers to enthrall people, starting with the summoner. In contrast, our creation magics, the original and the best, except no substitutes, don't incorporate any of that rubbish, so there's no risk of tempering. I mean, if the being was on the scale of Zodiac, you might feel a little tug, but I think we'll be safe enough.
Huh.
Truth
Bunny's
be told,
kind of OP.
I do not understand the intricacies of this plan, but none of us would ever turn our backs on you. When the avatars of our faith ran amok, you intervened without decrying we who birthed them.
That's true, dude. We never pointed a finger, dude. We just
Where others
took care of it.
vilified and suppressed us, you offered understanding and friendship. In gratitude, we will share with you the true expressions of our gods. Not malevolent deities, but benevolent saviors.
Dude, I hope we get to see him.
Alright, you lot, we're heading to the ethereal sea. Stay in sight, else you're liable to get lost.
Lead the way.
Ah, so they go down to the Ethereal Sea, and then we fly, and then from the Ethereal Sea they send the primals to us?
May we have a moment?
I'm a little confused about the
In
application.
anticipation of the day man might journey to the stars, we developed these.
Portable teleportation devices. One for each of you, designed to work in tandem. Press the button on one, and in a matter of moments, all 8 will activate and send their owners back to the Ragnarok. There is no telling what hazards you may encounter. If you find yourself separated or lost, please do not hesitate to use them. Be safe, all of you, and come back.
Bro, the only way they could do another story on a grander scale is if, like, it literally became like Mass Effect.
I pray you take care.
Or there was like a constant otherworldly threats. I'm saying aliens, chat. I'm saying aliens. I'm saying the only recourse for now is aliens.
If you are ready, then you should board as well. Go. Godspeed.
We don't keep trying to do bigger. I think what would be really good is if they like explored some of the other reflections and did smaller stories around that. If you had come this way, I will direct you to the bridge. Upon boarding Ragnarok, several cutscenes will play. It's recommended that you set aside sufficient time to review these scenes in their entirety. Chat, should we take a little break here? I think it's probably a good time. 3.5 hours in. Take a 5-minute break. And then we will begin. Alright? Let's do it. Pee break. Get a pee break, get some water, all that good shit. We'll run some I'm gonna run some ads. Thank you for watching, and then we're gonna kick this off, alright? Be right back.
It's cold in here, chat. Streammaker's getting his blanket.
You guys talking about what to expect after Endwalker? I think whatever they do after Endwalker, I would very much like them to look towards improving or upgrading the engine of the game. It's like I think like maybe the only opportunity they'll get to do it. So that's probably my main hope. All right, everybody ready? Ads finished and stuff. All right. Yeah, the reason I was laughing about the food earlier, chat, when they were at the table, it was a really nice scene. But like, I think Final Fantasy 15 was 2016. It was like 5 years ago, and the food in that game was absolutely unbelievably good looking. And this is 2021. This is PS4 players. This is what they do. All right, they ruin food. You understand? I mean, Orca's also focused a lot on it. I don't have to tell you this, my man, but there is literally a job that goes to level 90 called cooking in this game. It focuses pretty heavily on cooking and food. Ashley's culinarian. I mean, you could tell I don't level the gathering. Like, I level 1 gathering professional, right? And it's Reaper. I gather souls. Let's go, chat. Look at the little prints in their chairs, dude. Oh my god, look, the chairs are even too big for they have to hang their legs over the edge. Oh my god.
Welcome to
Did Cam die? Yeah, I got way too excited.
I hope you have everything, because I can't be bothered turning back. Right then, make yourselves comfortable. We're setting off in just a moment.
Let's go!
It's incredible.
Ten ads? Yeah, we just had an ad break, dog.
This is Fortuno. Can you hear me?
We can hear you, man.
The preparations for the summonings are complete. In accordance with the 14th phase of the plan, we have moved the Ragnarok to the launch site. The gates are open. You may depart when ready.
Are we ready?
As ready as we'll ever be. Let's get going.
Chat, is it weird that I'm...
That star's got more fire in its belly.
Is it weird that I'm really excited for whatever fucking tune is gonna get thrown at me? That it's gonna be an absolute bop. Have it out when I do the honors.
Me? But I...
No need to be coy, brother.
The ship's named after your
Do it,
grandfather,
and
motherfucker.
Do it well.
Do it.
It's your legacy.
If you all insist. Onward unto the distant stars and beyond. Ragnarok, engage.
Let's go, dude.
Engage!
Oh my god. I'm getting hyped, dude. Holy shit. They must be able to see that from everywhere in the world. Everyone knows they always use flat check, come on. It got sliced like 14 times into like ham. Yo, let's... What the fuck? Oh my god. Oh shit, dude. Yo, look at these throwbacks, man.
That I must carry landwalkers into the sky. I cannot imagine a greater indignity.
Do not sulk so. For thy mighty winds exist not only
Let's go!
and batter. Nay, they may serve also
Susano!
forth with vigor. Such is thy glory, and thus it is an occasion to rejoice. So come, let us revel.
The noise. There's Bismarck.
So long as the wind blows freely, I suppose all is as it should be in creation.
That's right, bitch. Now push me.
I will render unto them a storm, that they may pierce the firmament and fly free!
Yo! Ship's doing a Kamehameha, dude. Boost engaged. A size expansion, do you think you'd be on a spaceship piloted by moon bunnies? Nope. Nuh-uh. I mean, we have a whole nother zone left, right? Based on the Aether Currents?
Still in one piece? Good. Sleeping Way? Report?
All's well. Fantastic, even. Thanks to the power of those primals, the engines are roaring and we're ripping along.
I like Sleeping Boy's voice, dude. He's great.
All values are also within protected ranges. Time to destination
Fuck
is
you,
linked to
mapping.
carrots. Perhaps 7 at a pinch.
Mapping way fucking sucks.
Alright, let's go over some points of caution. Our destination, as you know, is Ultima Thule. Lest you wonder, the place is not a star so much as a patch of emptiness. That's the extent of what our equipment could determine, anyway. From what we know of Meteon, she's likely used dynamis to obfuscate her location.
So, in conclusion, we'll only know what's there when we get there.
The crew and I will see to it the ship's ready to take off at a moment's notice. We'll support the search as best we can, but it'll be your paws on the ground, assuming there is any. But everything will be fine, I'm sure. Heidelin believes in you, so you ought to believe in yourselves. Just don't do anything I wouldn't, like waiting too long to use those portable teleporters of yours. Personally, at the slightest sign of trouble, I'd mash the button to bits, and you should as well.
Understood. We promise to be careful.
I suggest you brace yourselves. We're about to arrive, and the vessel will shake a good bit.
What's happening?
What is this? Something is...
Also, they keep talking about Meteora, but no one's mentioned like her 48 sisters, who are also just chilling. Cause for concern.
Greetings.
Oh shit, there she be. What's up, boo? Oh. Okay. Cringe.
Greetings. Can you hear me?
Meteon. It's cooler by a name.
So this is Meteon.
Oh. Have you met one of my sisters?
There's the sisters.
I don't remember meeting you myself. But I do know that you're from Atheris. Why have you come? All you had to do was wait. I would have delivered to you your ends.
We didn't ask for that.
I don't understand. All life is destined to end. Why choose to prolong your suffering? Effort, ambition, love, they amount to naught. Happiness, should you find it, is inevitably lost, stolen away by events beyond your control. There is no logic nor meaning in it. You think there is. Convince yourselves. But it's all a cruel accident. Come now. I speak the truth. A truth you would recognize if you looked up at the night sky. Unbroken emptiness. Cold, dark, and silent. Your world, like every other, is but a blemish upon its perfect fabric. Life is an anomaly. It is unnatural and cannot continue. The sooner you accept this, the easier it will be.
Just to be clear, we're not here to argue with you. We know that life is fleeting, and that in the short time we have it, we're not assured happiness.
Indeed. I've seen far more sorrow in the eyes of many I've met. I myself have plenty of regrets. And one day they'll die with me. Gone to dust with my good deeds and unfulfilled dreams.
Yo, you're cool, bro. It's good.
But we accept this. That our existence may seem pointless. That sorrow, rage, and despair will always dog our heels. And we press on regardless. That is why Hydaelyn guided us here. In her boundless love for mankind, she has prepared us for this trial, and in her name, we have come for you.
Yeah, tell her, man. We come for you.
Yes, I sense it. A burning passion like unto fury. I know it well. For the same passion once burned in many a star before yours.
Hey, how many planets?
Suffocated and extinguished now.
How many planets you killed? Just like real quick. I forgot that you've just been chilling for 12,000 years killing planets. That slipped my mind.
I can't breathe. You approach the bounds of my ultimatum, where emotions dictate reality, where resignation and acceptance unite to embrace the end, where those who yet valiantly cling to life can thrive.
Dankred. Does that mean he doesn't valiantly cling to life? Or that he's just stronger than the others? He's gone.
By the Fury.
I guess he's haunted, right? By ghosts.
Thancred?
Fuck, Thancred's cool, dude.
Meteion has gone as well. Mayhap he awakened first and gave chase.
Nah, he didn't awaken first, man.
Everyone, it appears we are at our destination. This is Ultima Thule.
Not that we knew what to expect, but I wasn't expecting this. From atmospheric composition to ambient temperatures, all reading to within permissible range. This place is capable of supporting life.
Oh, dude, crazy. It's almost like it's a fucking zone. Probably has aether currents too.
If that's the case, then Thancred may well have gone on ahead. Let's go and have a look.
Bro, I'm not ready to lose Thancred, man. They better not be doing this to me right now.
Meanwhile, I want the rest of you to perform a
heroic
full
end.
inspection of the ship, as well as a biological scan.
So it was that the brave wayfarers arrived at last at Dream's End.
Oh my god.
In following their path walked and history written, I am made keenly aware of one truth. Though the curtains may fall again and again, so long as others take the stage, ever shall there be more tales to tell. So, let them bring it to a close, I say. Let the curtains fall upon this, the final chapter in the tale of the star.
Oh my god. Look at this place.
Is this a dead star?
As I live and breathe, I live and breathe. Well, the environment itself shouldn't kill us.
Well then, let us search for Thancred while exploring the area. The ship we leave in your care.
I see so many of these like chi memes on Twitter.
I can't guarantee it'll be of help in these strange surrounds, but I've readied a provision node in case of emergency. Of course, if you encounter any real danger here, I expect you to return to Ragnarok at once.
Oh, look at that. Holy shit. We're fortunate this place can support life. Albeit barely, I suspect given the torpid stale quality of the air. But never mind that, we must find Thancred. Let's begin our search from the prow ship. It seems as good a direction as any. Let's not stray too far, lest we lose sight of one another. For some reason I'm doing my Thancred voice for Alpha. I've lost my way. It's hard, dude. There's like when I want to do that Alphino voice, I have to say Alize, and then the voice comes. But if I don't say Alize in my head first, it just comes out like something else. Look at the quest names. A strange new world, and the S symbol is, what is that? Infinity? I don't know. Wait, dragons? Hold up. Look up? Yeah, I see a dead planet, dude. What do you mean look up? Stellar dragon. There's a bunch of dead dragons everywhere. Bro, if this is where the dragons came from, like a miasma in there. Ruins, but of what, I wonder? Perhaps we can find something to help us understand the nature of this place. A relic, an inscription, anything. The metallic pillar has been partially melted, likely sometime in the distant past. The damage does not appear to have been inflicted deliberately, rather, it calls to mind the indiscriminate destruction often wrought in the heat of battle. You think we should emote only, chat? These remains have long since turned to ash, and yet they retain their form. Yeah? Alright. Do it up, visual. Take them to Joe. See no one else in this barren waste, do you? Then why do I feel like we're not alone?
Like there's other presences with us. Something dark and mournful. Look here. It's this part is relatively intact. The intricate design on the top suggests it's man-made, though its builders were surely not men as we conceive them. Having said that, I swear I've seen this pattern before.
Bro, I'm about to get my fucking mind blown, dude. I can already tell. I'm like anticipating. I'm like anxious. I thought this hill might afford a better view of the surroundings. A poor decision in hindsight. Besides the light from the ship, all is shrouded in darkness. If Thancred is here, I'd never know it. From what I can tell, we are near the edge of an island, if you can call it that, surrounded by floating debris. Yeah, I'm smelling the air for aether currents, chat. That's how I find them. I was just looking at it all. Like, it's clearly all of it is very different, right? Man, it does look like fucking, like the skybox is nuts though, in a good way. Were you able to find anything? As I feared, still no trace of Thancred. There's nothing but emptiness as far as the eye can see, which, unfortunately, isn't very far. Though I can't help but suspect that someone, or something, is here. There are times when I sense it drawing close, and then a chill washes over me, leaving me exhausted. Leaving me with feelings of death and anguish. I felt it too when I was near the dragon. What are you talking about? There's nothing there. Oh no. I'm the only one that can see him. Before we jump to any conclusions, perhaps we should discuss. Agreed. We found only more questions when we're in desperate need of answers. There's a fair stretch of terrain from the ship's starboard we've yet to explore. Let's try searching there then. I'm the only one that can see them? Holy so no one else knows this is like the planet of the dragons? Samira, a word before we join the others.
He must be able to feel it, dude. He's like linked to Nidhogg. He's got to be like some shame, right? Hey, might as well click the compass while we're here. You know? Okay.
You see them too, don't you? The dragons.
He can see them.
As I thought, their presence is tenuous at best, but there's no mistaking it. No doubt your bond with Midgard somehow and mine with Nidhogg is what allows us to perceive them. Could these apparitions be related to the dragons that now live on Etheris? Better to leave such conjecture to the others. In any case, we must be careful. We may soon find dragons that can see us as well. Death and anguish. What happened to them, I wonder?
Man. You know what I found really... It's gonna sound weird, but I found it really strange that they hadn't used the dragons more in this expansion. It was like a very real thought I'd had multiple times. So I guess it's go time.
Dragons? Here?
Oh, they can see him.
What you see is a memory of a world that once was. A world suffering a slow death, whose denizens cried out for the release of oblivion.
What? Their world is dead?
It is. Not a single life remains upon
Hang on,
that
what if
husk
Midgardsormr fled
floating in
her?
vast emptiness. These creatures are shadow and shade, perpetuated only to suffuse dynamis with their unending lamentations.
Our friend Thancred, where is he?
A strange question. He is at your side, is he not? Oh yes. He is here and there, and everywhere within this space. He would tell you himself if he had form to form words. Huh. Such loathing and uncertainty. You don't know why you still exist. In like manner to the oblivion I send, I tried to drown out your ether with dynamis. Beginning with this Thancred, who came at me despite being unable to breathe.
Oh man, he's got less ether than everybody else.
Such a simple thing, unmaking men. In the blinking of an eye, he was gone. Didn't even have the chance to be transformed. Yet somehow, he managed to leave a slither of himself behind. What you call the heart? Or perhaps the soul. In his final moment, he cried out from it. A single word. Survive. That wish proved stronger than the despair that ruled here. It overpowered it, causing this space to be remade.
My man remade the space?
Into a place you can perceive. and where life can endure.
He made this?
That you draw breath is proof that his soul lives on. For how long, however, remains to be seen.
Oh my god, dude.
Well then, we should hurry and tend to business.
It's futile. You will never reach the true me. I told you, emotions dictate reality in this space. Such changes as you might work will not alter its nature. You may see, but you cannot touch. Walk, but not advance.
I really am Asthenian, dude. Just fucking absolute gorilla brain.
Meteion holds too much sway here. How do we contend with a foe who can unmake us on a whim?
I do not know. But Thancred gave his life that we might come this far. We must press on.
There's no way he gave his life, man. That
We
was
cannot
so
turn tail here.
that was so
Not
dismissive.
without something to show for our comrade's sacrifice.
So, they're implying that the true power here is in emotions and not aether. So Thancred's desire for us to live was so strong that he reshaped the landscape into a livable landmass, and a sliver of him remained. So all we have to do is really want him back, and he'll come back. Regardless, in sacrifice he hath afforded us a chance to prevail. Let us not squander it and ascertain the nature of this realm when we might confront and defeat Meteion. Astinian, Samira, would you accompany me in speaking with these dragons? Mayhap they can enlighten us. I would ask the rest of you to survey the surrounds. If there's a path that may lead us to our quarry, we must find it. Very well. We can reconvene here when everyone is finished. Meteion said these dragons are shadow and shade, from a world whose denizens sought oblivion. As such, they're not like to be amenable to company, let alone conversation, so please be careful. Let's split up and gather what knowledge we may. Say Losk.
A visitor, not of this star. Could thy slender hands bring plague to our world, thy breath extinguish life's feeble flame, oh how we would adore thee, alas. With time our flesh shall wither, our souls shall fade, and so we wait for its inexorable march unto oblivion. If thou art not come to hasten our demise, I bid thee leave. We crave not companionship, only silence.
Nosk.
Beyond that distant vale, paradise lost, so glorious, so beautiful. We were a proud and noble race, strength embodied. We knew only love before they came. Metal monstrosities of black and silver. No bonds of blood did they share, nor conviction did they have to guide them. A crushing defeat. Never had we known such shame. Still now are the winds, though none could feel these wings burdened by ignominy. We fly no more, only sink into oblivion.
Black and silver.
He's talking about... I swear he's talking about Meteor and her sisters. Because they do come... I mean, maybe. They're black and silver. They come off as machine in nature. Thou wouldst bid me speak? Folly. I deserve the lesson of stone. I shall not fly, nor speak, nor roar, only watch, and wait, and end. One last sight yet stirreth my blood, tempteth me to raise my voice in lamentation. Amno, the cradle of unsung dragons. No words, nor songs are possessed of the weight to describe such tragedy. Go, if that be thy will, I shall remain. How big is this place? Is this like a you need to mount type thing? It's pretty big. Fate is going well. The dragons are fighting. They're definitely not machines. They're just also other dragons, it looks like. Is this ranged? Deals unexpected damage to target and all enemies nearby with a potency of 1,000 for the first enemy 6% less. Shroud effect expires when execution, requires at least one stack of the Mill Shroud to execute. Fix your gauge placement? I mean, it was perfect, and then I got 2 new skills. Like that, it was really nice. And then they gave me 2 new skills, dude. I mean, I already have that on a bar. I don't really know what to do with it. I could just put my bike down there. And then, there we go. That's nice. Oh, wait. What the fuck? These are the machines they were speaking of. Arc Eta. That looks like a... Yo, hit that. It gives you XP. You trying to kill me? You trying to kill me? I've known you for a long time, Kate. Feel like you're trying to kill me, bitch. Feel like if I hit that thing, I'm gonna die. Feel like that's a hunt. I'm gonna do it anyway. Yo, that music's popping though. Run! It's quick! Did we get an Aetheryte asking for friend? Yeah, I got Riatara. Oh, did we get the Aetheryte? Hang on. Where is it? Northeast? I mean, can I even get it? There's no room to go northeast. Yeah, that's bait, dude. It's up there. Wait, there's an egg that hasn't hatched?
They led you here as well, did they? It was described to me as the source of their woes and proof of their end. I think I'm beginning to see why. It's a hatching ground, or was. I've seen similar on Etheris. Midgarsummer's kind must have once lived and thrived in a place such as this. Vitra said his father was driven from their ancestral home by war and strife. This, then, is the fate of those who remained. Let's have a look around. Maybe these eggs have more to tell of what happened here.
Chat, I literally said to you as we landed, this is where Midgarsummer came from, dude. I said that to you and you just smiled at me, dude. I fucking knew it. My brain is large and bulbous. Inside the shattered egg, you find the remains of an unborn dragon. The body has already begun to decompose. The gelatinous, half-dried membrane covering the corpse suggests it failed to emerge. A murky liquid is poured inside the eggshell. The noxious photo is indicative of contamination. Gingerly lifting a large egg from a viscous mire, you peer inside and see a formless mass soaking in a pool of fluid. Okay. Didn't need that. This egg appears to have been broken from the inside out. Perhaps the dragonette within succeeded in hatching.
What's this? I thought the eggs had been ruined. If the dragonette was indeed hatched, there's no sign of it here. Or its sire, for that matter. We should look for them. You start with the cliff tops and I'll search the plains.
Malformed dragonette. What the fuck? Is this thing fucking me up? Oh, I took 4 damage. I think I see what happened here. The boisterous howling hath been quieted. By thy hand, I presume.
Everything all right? I thought I heard a dragon or something resembling one. Ah, I see what's happened here. Was that your child?
Perhaps. Some eggs within Arm Knoll are indeed mine. If life within one did quicken, the beast thou hast slain was not it. Yet I do not recognize it. Twisted. Not a dragon in truth, but a reminder of our failure, a testament to our shame.
Explain.
They descended from the heavens, cold, heartless machines, and with them rode war and death. With fire and fury, rage and rancor we gave answer. 'Twas a long and bloody battle, but only the beginning. Untold chaos and destruction swept over the star, and in the end, the invaders were victorious. Yet when they looked upon their prize, they deemed it unfit for requisition. We were abandoned to our ruin. The survivors sought to put away their shame, to rebuild, a futile effort. In purest soil replete with aether did we once cultivate our nesting grounds, but our lands were barren, and any eggs nurtured in such desolation were fated to rot. What few survive hatch to emerge as abominations. We shall have no new offspring.
There are dragons among you capable of journeying to other stars.
That there are, many would make the attempt, each bearing a clutch of eggs. The richest stars were home to the harshest rulers. The arrival of dragons incited contests for supremacy. When the fires faded, the wars lost and won, they would too reduce to ash and waste. 'Tis the curse of those who seek life, to be drawn into conflict, to conquer or be conquered. A vicious cycle we now choose to break. We tire of conflict, we tire of everything. We wait now in sweet, merciful silence, free from strife and suffering, still as stone. Wait, you claim your kind is doomed, but there's another star. He realized that the dragon would not listen. They want only to brood in silence, to be left alone with their grief until time itself comes to an end. The sole reward for senseless bloodshed, a pain I understand and wish that I did not. What fools we were. But now isn't the time for such thoughts. The others will want to hear what we've learned. Come.
Dude, the fucked up thing is, like, dragons are, like, practically immortal, right? So they have to wait a long fucking time. It's not like, oh man, like, I'll be dead in 60 years. Like, no, they literally have to wait out time itself to get the release, the death they want. But the cloud ones are just, are the cloud ones just memories, did they say, or are they actual dragons? They're just memories, right, of dragons that, like, long dead.
Were you able to establish any meaningful contact with the dragons? I see. They wish to escape what they perceive to be a cycle of conflict. Thank you, Smira, Estinian. As for our part, I believe we're more acutely aware of our confines than before. We started by traversing the perimeter of the island to see if there might be a path leading off of it. Sadly, there was nothing to be found.
There's no small amount of debris floating about. Could there be enough to serve as a bridge or lead us elsewhere?
I considered that, and so I tried throwing a stone onto a potential platform to judge its integrity, but it never reached its mark. As it crossed an invisible threshold just beyond the boundaries of this island, it vanished, only to reappear above me and fall at my feet. I would not be too quick to presume that what we see outside this space is as it appears. Which is why I returned to the Ragnarok and asked the Lockbrits to search for a potential path. However, the ship's instruments failed to provide conclusive data on the surrounding area. Until we know more, I think it's too risky to attempt flying to another island. What Meteon told us before, that emotions dictate reality here, might be the key. I'm not entirely sure what emotion might manifest a bridge to lead us to safety.
So what you're saying is, we've no way forward.
At present, aye. But if it's indeed emotion that governs this island, perhaps it's not Meteons, but the dragons that holds us here. They tire of conflict and have chosen a path of oblivion to escape it. Or rather, they have chosen no path at all, meaning there is no way for the dragons or anyone here on this island to advance. Yo, you smart as fuck, Stola. A sound theory, disheartening though it may be. If that's the case, what recourse do we have? They're not like to be persuaded but to help us. Their reasoning is built on a history of turmoil and strife. Without irrefutable proof, the future is not as bleak as they believe it to be. Mayhap persuasion is not the answer. Meteon meant to unmake us, and then, and there on the Ragnarok, and she would have succeeded if not for Thancred's determination, she conceded it was strong enough to overpower the despair that otherwise rules Ultima Thule.
and reshape it to a degree, perhaps it can be done again in like manner by overpowering the prevailing emotions. 'Twas Ultima Thule's architect, Meteon herself, against whom Thancred did pit himself in a clash of wills. Though I marked no leader among them as such, I did chance to encounter a dragon possessed of despair far more potent than the most, potent enough, mayhap, to dictate the course for others, and thus their domain to follow. He spoke but few words, carefully chosen, their tone and timbre alone threatening to rend my heart in twain. Challenging his desire to remain may allow us to alter the island upon which we stand. Alas, I fear my vaunted rhetoric availed me naught against the calcifying heart, but mayhap one of you will fare better. Then I shall guide thee, Al-End, they call him, in the dragon tongue. Thou wilt find him nearby, eyes fixed upon the water. Well, what do we have to lose? Let's get going.
Yo, Estinian here to make big plays, dude. We're in Estinian's playground right now, dude. Well, these characters are British, exactly how I imagine them. I mean, they literally are. Yes. Even without my impressions. But thank you for the compliment and the 17 months, my friend. Al-End. Hey, Alex, thanks for the 17 as well.
He remaineth as he was when I first approached, entombed in melancholy.
I see. Perhaps I could...
I'll handle this.
Fucking Heaven Sword music.
Waiting to die like all the others, are you?
Our pride is crushed and our souls corrupted. The winds are stilled and the heavens offer no comfort. There is nothing left for our kind. Our long lives a curse as we await the end. Still a stone we shall become.
So you say. Yet your kind has found a new beginning on our star. One of you braved the Expanse, bearing with him a clutch of eggs. They and their children now rule our skies, their song heard by all.
Our kin on another star. And yet, upon thee do I smell the blood of my brethren. Were they drawn into discord and war in their new home?
They were. They suffered much, and repaid their suffering in kind.
It mattereth not whither we fly.
Ever will a sanguine ocean await us. Ever will retribution's wheel turn. And so, on the last of my pride as a dragon, I break free of this wheel. I renounce conflict, exile myself from the other, never again to be touched by the flames of hatred.
Had your brethren made the selfsame choice, my family might still be alive. Yet lasting peace does not come to those who simply retreat from conflict.
Tell him again, man.
You must be willing to confront it. To stare into the face of your foe.
Bro, this
and
fucking
see
song.
yourself in him. Only then can you break the cycle of torment and tragedy. This lesson, a dear friend taught me at the risk of his life. There is no nobility in your penance. You wallow in self-pity. And after everything we've endured, we will not let you stop us.
Let's fucking go, dude. Wait.
Estinian!
Stay back.
It wasn't a dragon at all. Misery, our shame, too much to bear. Release us from war, from life.
The rest is up to you.
Slay that bird right now.
No! Not Estinian too!
I was gonna say at
There's
the
a
start.
wind.
He's opened the way for us. Sacrificed himself to remake this place, like Thancred did.
Oh, Alphino.
Come. Let us follow the wind. It will not lead us astray. He would not.
I was gonna say at the start, based on what happened to Thancred, each one of the Scions will have to sacrifice themselves to further progress us through the zone. Basically.
fucking hate this game, bro. I literally cannot get to any fucking aethers. Look there, the wind. This is Justinian's doing, I'm sure of it. We should ride its flow and see where it leads. A powerful gale has delivered you to another island. The other scions should arrive before long. Dude. He did it. He found a way forward for us. The dragons remain trapped within a prison of their own making, lamenting the horrors of war. Yet Justinian knew them better than most. He was a man of honor and a dear friend, willing to fight to the very end for what he believed was right. And he's still fighting, Alphino, just like Thancred. Their sacrifices are why we can survive here, why we still have a chance to stop her. Even in spirit, they're unwilling to give in to despair, and we mustn't either. Alize is right. We must press on for their sake. When I looked in the sky, it looked like every piece of land was different. So I think like each piece of this zone might be like tailored to a scion. As Justola and Alice said, we must continue. Notice the change in our surroundings. Perhaps this is the memory of an altogether different world. 'Twould be prudent to learn more of it then. Tread carefully lest we lose our footing in the sands. What kind of enemy is this? A drifting ear? Oh, look at that little eye. Turn around. Turn around! He's got Midgard Somra. Get away from me. Aha. You're up here, aren't you, cheeky aetherite, you? Hmm? I have a nose for you, your kind. A level cheetah.
What the fuck? Oh, it's water. Look at that area over there, look.
Because it looks like the story will bring us up here anyway, so we just go back and start it. Oh yeah, and there's that whole zone over there as well. And that one there. Not from the violent crystal embedded in the surface, 'twould appear as an ordinary stone. A curious script hath been etched upon them. Alas, it is not a language with which I am familiar. I cannot say I recognize it either. Nor I. The dragons, from what I recall, preserve their knowledge in song and eschew the written word entirely, so we may assume that this is a work of another race, or one we have yet to encounter. Meteon claimed the dragon's world suffered a slow death, seeking the release of oblivion. What life we find here, like as not, doth wend its way towards a similar end.
What do you suppose that is over there? I'm not sure. It's hard to make out at this distance, but it seems to bear the same crystals as this monument.
Meaning there's a chance we may find whoever built them both. We should go and have a look. Come on.
Hail, travelers. This is a most unexpected occurrence.
Oh, hello there. Is this your home?
Indeed it is. Oh, forgive me, I'd forgotten. An exchange of introductions is expected when first meeting those with whom one is acquainted. vibration of vocal folds was still required to convey our thoughts and intention, Ia, I believe, was the pronunciation used when referring to our people. Though it's not entirely applicable given our present state, you are welcome to use this appellation. As for nomenclature to address my individual person, I believe I would be pronounced... I don't even get that. Kopkoog.
We've encountered beings that communicate intermittently through thought, but never one that's wholly without voice. I presume we're having this conversation via the medium of ether, or dynamis, as the space is suffused with vast quantities of it. Fascinating in either case.
I gather your response to my presence is positive then. That is well, for there is something I wish to ask of you. Like yourselves, we Ia are aether-based life forms. Therefore, it may be surmised that your bodies are of comparable biological composition to those we once possessed. I have a number of queries regarding your subjective perception of the 5 senses: sight, sound, taste, touch, and smell. In total, I have prepared 198,712,180,827.
That's rather a lot, isn't it?
My apologies. I've omitted a great many details necessary to understanding the nature at my request. Though we dispensed with our corporeal vessels long ago, we've rediscovered a need for the flesh and have endeavoured to recreate our erstwhile forms. However, all pertinent records have been lost due to the passage of time. Take, for example, the nervous system. It is well within our power to recreate, but we have no frame of reference for sensations once experienced by our people. We may compromise our ability to interact with our physical, environment.
And the reason you need to regain corporeal forms?
Why, to bring an end to our existence, of course. Though need is perhaps too strong a word, it would be simple matter to unmake ourselves through use of etheric exsanguinators, but in such death seems... The traditionalists among us believe proper death requires an inescapable sense of impermanence in one's final moments, an experience found only with bodies of flesh.
We'd very much like to hear more of your plans. In exchange, we'll answer any questions you have to the best of our ability.
Such an exchange of information would indeed prove useful. Very well. To ensure efficient exchange, I hereby invite you to our home. Yes, the abode of the Ia, where we traditionalists prepare for our demise. I presume your consent to answer questions is indicative of a tacit approval of our plans, in which case your cooperation is greatly appreciated. I must caution you, however, to be mindful of the Ia wandering the desert. Their desire for bodies of flesh could be described as overzealous. Now, if you would follow me.
This is going rather smoothly. Not that I'm complaining, mind. Even so, we mustn't forget their aim is oblivion, much like the dragons. Though I fail to see why a civilization so seemingly advanced would choose to unmake all they've created. At any rate, we'll find no answers dallying here. Let's be on our way.
Okay, so when we went back in time, and Meteora had her meltdown, and Hermes lost his fucking shit, she basically did a status report, and in her status report, she recounted all the civilizations that had doomed themselves by eradicating some form of sorrow. I don't know which one was applicable to the dragons, but one of the ones she mentioned was that one race was incredibly advanced and deemed the passage of time to be the root of sorrow, and so sought eternal life. And so that was probably these guys. And then once they gained eternal life, they realized that it was fucked up and it was too late to fix it. So that's probably these guys, right? I can't remember all of them, but I imagine based on what she said when we were in Elpis, that like each zone would like correspond to one of those races. And they all made their home here. The core of despair.
Welcome to our abode. Most of our compeers you will find remain idle in their domiciles, though your quizzical expressions indicate my phrasing is unclear. I speak, of course, of the violet crystalline constructs hanging from the stone structures.
You say they remain idle, but what of your work to regain corporeal bodies? An astute question, and understandable given your finite nature. We have no desire to pursue our research, for it is no longer necessary. If in our idleness we are struck by sudden inspiration, we rise to pursue said inspiration to its conclusion. That's why I was present for your arrival, and why I continue to engage with you still. But while the others are not currently in a motile state, rest assured they would not object were you to disturb their respite. You need only cast your thoughts towards one of their crystalline domiciles to communicate.
Okay. I guess we'll communicate with some. Cast your thoughts towards a crystalline domicile, but there is no response.
You wish to speak? Very well, pray, a moment, if you would.
Why we seek our end, you ask? If you wish to know, I will tell you. Just a moment. I must remember. What form did I take when I last emerged?
Oh, there is. Strange when it comes and goes, but soon fades to silence.
Did your inquiries yield satisfactory responses? I see. If they fail to answer, then it's likely because their minds have unraveled due to prolonged idleness. They are naught but concentrated ether now. Worry not, there are no others who have need of these lodgings, and they will not prove a hindrance to remain as they are. But more importantly, you said some few did answer your request for an audience, yes? I imagine they will be out with us ere long.
Oh, don't worry, their minds have unraveled.
I had no luck. Everyone else fared well enough. Quite a few Ear have awakened.
Ah, there they are. May I introduce you to Lalak, Dudik, and someone else, but the text moves so fast for no reason. It has been too long. Kofkug. Indeed, until travelers brought it to my attention, I hadn't noticed how unraveled some had become. Travelers? Ah, of course, the ones who wish to know why we seek to regain corporeal forms. The truth of the matter is as plain to see as the neighboring systems, but my single account would fail to satisfy the requirements for scientific objectivity. Thus did I bid them awaken you.
Am I the only one who struggles to tell who's speaking? Nay, thou art not. In the absence of corporeal forms, and the divergence they afford, mayhap such similarity in voice is unavoidable.
By the way, Kop-Kug, have you already observed the requisite custom for the travellers? That which one is expected to do when receiving guests, a matter of proper form. Ah yes, so long has it been. I had completely escaped my mind, and still does. What was it again? I can't seem to remember. Neither do I. Pity. I was hoping you would. Perhaps we can search the archives for answers. Come now, Needneg. The archives have been long frozen, lest we subject ourselves to further dolor. Surely you recall that much. Ah, of course, food. The custom is to serve food. Beings of flesh such as they must regularly replenish their ether. By contributing their replenishment, we communicate our friendly intention. That's right, that's right. We duly invite you to join us in a communal repast, after which we may engage in leisurely conversation.
If I have a chance to learn something, then I see no reason to decline.
Excellent. If you would care to follow, we shall feast on the purest ether.
I too am here waiting for oblivion. Give me 5 mil. Belladus. Thank you for the 22 months. What are we doing? Around here?
This facility is where we replenish our ether. There's no particular name for it, but we traditionalists sometimes use the word restaurant. Now then, if you would take your place with your comrades, the space will soon be awash with the purest ether. Please absorb as much as you like.
Oh. Oh. You brace yourself for a rush of sweet, sweet ether, but nothing seems to happen. Perhaps you need to wait longer. You brace yourself again, but again, nothing happens. Just as I suspected. And as meticulous as one might recreate the Ear's home world, this is Ultima Thule. One simply cannot generate ether here. As recreations, our friends are oblivious to this fact, to the very truth of their existence, much like the phantoms of the recreated Amarok. However, appearances may seem, we must be ever mindful that it is the memories of the dead with whom we deal.
So, did you have your fill of ether?
Alas, we couldn't absorb it. The deficiency in our forms, it would seem.
Oh, how very unfortunate. May I ask how you normally replenish your ether?
Yo, I eat a cheeseburger, son.
A cheeseburger? Through your mouths, you say? How very primitive and quaint. To think that their mouths serve not only to expel sound, but draw in sustenance besides, such life forms have long since vanished from our systems.
They regrettably could not partake in your magnificent feast. Rest assured, we feel your welcome most keenly. In the course of acquainting ourselves with your sophisticated ways, however, we could not but fail to wonder, wherefore do thou wish to obtain vessels of flesh, and thence to vanish? Will you not favour us with an explanation?
Yes, you flesh and blood beings are always so hasty. It does have its charm, however. Ooh. Very well, we shall indulge you. In the beginning, when the ear yet possessed corporeal bodies, our ancestors dedicated themselves to the pursuit of knowledge and technological advancement. By transcending all limitations, we believed we would eliminate sorrow and abide in true happiness.
I fucking knew it, dude.
From the tangible such as land to the intangible such as labor, there exists a myriad hindrances to progress, but the most confining of all was the flesh itself. Our natural lifespan was distressingly middling, you see, too short to enjoy hurried lives, yet too long to be considered disposable. Furthermore, to simply maintain the integrity of our bodies demanded considerable resources. But we managed to solve this problem. After long years, we discovered how to become non-corporeal entities with everlasting lives, untroubled by the failures of the flesh. Thus changed, we had more time and freedom to continue our scientific pursuits. We went on to make ever greater strides in our quest to transcend all limitations until we finally decided to challenge the last of them all, the limit of knowledge. That is to say, deciphering the laws of creation. We sought to discover how the universe came into being and explain all extant phenomena and thence predict the future. If we could but achieve this, we believed that we would be free from uncertainty and anxiety.
Did you find the answers you sought?
Yes, we did. Our efforts revealed to us a fundamental truth. Knowledge of said truth is essential for the continuation of our conversation. If you wish to learn more, we will share it with you. We mustn't. Primitive as they are, it would be unspeakably cruel to deprive them of their ignorance. They are possessed of corporeal forms, their lives readily ended. As those who have gone before, is it not our duty to warn them?
What thinkest thou? Yo, Y'shtola loves knowledge, dude. You're asking the wrong person.
We have deliberated and come to a consensus. If you are resolved to know it, we will disclose to you the truth we discovered, the truth of the universe. Seek us at the stone pillars just outside the bounds of the abode, a place called Elegea.
Ever unrelenting in her pursuit of knowledge, Y'shtola shall sacrifice herself so that we may progress.
A fundamental truth.
We will hear it, of course. Let us learn what has led to such an enlightened people to this indolent end. Ere we join the ear, there's one trifling matter I would fain investigate. Simino, Grahatia, might I trouble you for your assistance? But of course. My thanks. We shall head outside the abode, if you would kindly follow me. I know not what mischief you are plotting, Rianjay, but I trust you have our best interests at heart. The rest of us should go on ahead to Elegea. Lest you worry, we won't start without you. Aye, this place shall serve. Is it the spring you wish to investigate? Pray forgive me, my friends, but there's naught to investigate. 'Twas but a pretense to speak in private. You have our undivided attention. As we have established, here in Ultima Thule, those denizens of ruined stars are recreated in their twilight days. Yet one question doth arise in my mind. So faithfully formed are the simulacra, they believe themselves yet amongst the living. How doth thou suppose this is possible? Meteion made contact while they still lived. Of course. She must have visited the stars of the dragons and the Ea before either race perished in their entirety. Thus could she make their emotions her own, and then create more faithful simulacra than had she relied on any historical account. So too did I theorize and, upon that assumption, considered how those two races have met their demise. According to thine own tale, Meteion perceiveth the emotions of those nearby as her own, a heightened sense of empathy intrinsic to her nature as an enteleki. In the course of her starfaring journey, if she encountered beings who strongly desired a cessation of their existence, she would be powerless before that desire. Even as she possesseth the power to grant it, the power of Dynamis, 'tis my supposition that, overwhelmed by their longing for death, Meteion did unleash Dynamis and ushered the dragons and Ea unto their doom. Of course, such was not always the outcome, Full many stars did she find already lost to ruin. In order to create a terminus, however, the fervent desire for the end is essential. Therefore, should you struggle to find the way forward, pray ask yourselves this: in the place where you stand, whose is the soul that yearneth most desperately for oblivion? Why do you tell us this now? Ne'er again would I betray your trust. 'Tis pledge I did make to my comrades. In bringing thee into my confidence, I would remain true to my word. As for thee, let us consider my fitting reward for the secrets I harbored for the Crystal Exarch. I once placed my faith in thy chosen path, walking at thy side full knowing that we were bound for thy demise. I ask now that thou returnest the favor, and abide in faith as I fulfill mine own destiny. If you say my debt has come due, how am I to refuse? 'Tis indelicate of me, I know full well, and I can but beg thy forgiveness. Yet even if I must needs go to such lengths, the answer to the question, in what moment might I stand strongest? After all that we've been through, I'll say only this: do what you must. Don't do what you must and see your conviction through. I shall, my friend. I shall. Without further ado, then, let us join our comrades. Alright, he's telling us that he wants to be the next one to give himself up. Dude, I told you that fucking... I don't think Midgard ever met Meteora, but I think she definitely destroyed its planet. That was my theory at the start. My streamer, dude. I know. Let us be off to Egaia. Egaia. These are all the planets that she made contact with. And then she basically took on their desire for death, and then released Dynamis, which just consumed each civilization whole. Okay, I know the... Yeah, there's an 8th right over here. Let's grab that first. Needs you to be like a COD lobby telling everyone to kill themselves. Meteor's like... She's like a jungler in League of Legends. And your top lane loses, and your bot lane loses, and they just want to FF. And eventually, you take that negative energy onto yourself, and you grant them their request, dude. And you throw the fucking game. Seems everyone's accounted for. Shall we then?
Please continue. Tell us about this truth you discovered.
Very well. Bear in mind, however, that the purpose of this conversation is not to impart scholarly knowledge, for such requires that you comprehend the subject matter, which you will not. we will forego the intricacies of our scientific methodology and deal only with the conclusion, the end of our society and our world. We acknowledge, with regret, that your star is in the midst of the same panic-induced cataclysm that befell Deneb 3. As such, in order to avoid causing undue distress, we will refrain from explicitly stating how much time you have remaining.
You are entirely too kind. I pray you recount your tale as you see fit.
In the beginning, the universe was but a tiny particle. Then suddenly, this particle began to expand. Having remained entirely in the bounds of your star, the phenomenon may be difficult for your kind to grasp. But this expansion has since continued unabated. Speculating that the universe could not grow indefinitely, we sought to learn what might occur, and made a worrying discovery. The stars will continue to spread apart, as will their finite thermal energies. Eventually, all heavenly bodies will grow cold and freeze. No new stars will be born, and the universe will enter onto an eternal ice age. In hopes of proving that this determination was erroneous, we scrutinized our research from all angles, even as we sought to avert the everlasting winter. The endeavor proved fruitless. So infamously so, in fact, that it became synonymous with vain effort. The universe as we know it would end, and there is no way to prevent it. Beneath the weight of this knowledge, our society stagnated. Though we had time still, it was a cold comfort. Why strive for anything when desolation is assured? When our wealth of wisdom, accumulated since the dawning of our kind, would be forever lost? No civilization would rise from our ashes. No scholar recover our knowledge. In silence unbroken, naught would stir. Intellect was once our pride. Overnight, it became our shame. Our works, monuments to futility. Immortality, our greatest invention, became a source of suffering. Rather than suffer on, many chose to unmake themselves by means of etheric exsanguinators. Etched upon these stones are the testaments of such souls. Though many left no words at all, thinking it a pointless gesture. Once we have obtained vessels of flesh, we likewise intend to vanish. If you understand this, understand aught of our tale, you will abandon your quest for knowledge. Ignorance truly is bliss. If you would cling to your illusory happiness, remain primitive and pure. It is the only way.
So that's your story. While I appreciate your advice, I will not heed it. Convinced though you may be of this truth, it is yours and not mine. Indeed, truth, I have ever believed, is in the eye of the beholder.
Are you suggesting that we have reached a faulty conclusion? That our science failed us?
Hardly. As you yourself said, the subject matter is beyond my comprehension. And that, I accept, is true. I do not possess the knowledge to prove or disprove your conclusion. In my mortal years, I doubt I could even approach the wisdom of the air. But of one thing am I absolutely certain. I would not be happier in ignorance.
Y'shtola, no! You mustn't!
The most important lesson I've learned is that learning isn't simply passing one's eyes over words. Nay, it is when understood for oneself that knowledge attains its true value. This is what has sustained me, driven me onward in joy and wonder, in anger and sorrow. The universe may end, and all may be for naught, but I will live as I always have. I will always seek out new knowledge, and no conclusion of yours, no matter how grim, can dampen my desire.
I suppose it is only to be expected. Their feeble minds cannot fathom the terrifying gravity of it all. But worry not. We consider it our duty to enlighten you, and we will not stop until you grasp the full extent of our despair.
And listen well. Though my body will soon dissipate, there may be a way to restore it. Azim's magic. So long as our souls remain, you can use it to summon us back.
That's right, I can. I already clocked that part, dude. Why do you think I'm not threatened over you guys dying?
For it would mean losing our way forward. This I only reveal so that you can promise not to invoke the magic. We came here knowing what victory may cost, so press on, and do not look back.
I'm gonna revive all you motherfuckers at the end, dude.
I shall join thee. As subterfuge is not required, thou shalt not suffer for mine absence.
Riange.
My resolve hath never been as strong as thine. Full oft have I wavered in my decisions, and afterwards been stricken with regret. In spite of this, I may still stand with my comrades, supporting them as they attempt the greatest of feats. This truth I have learned in the course of our journey. And many though my shortcomings may be, I may also claim to excel in prophecies. My studies, into which have granted me the flexibility of mind needed to bend this malleable reality.
Translation, I've read so many books that I can probably fuck up this, like...
Thus shall I hope that thou mayest have
this imagination-based world.
And our comrades the strength to continue.
With you to urge us on, how could we possibly fail?
Oh shit.
What's this? An extinguished civilization. Rekindled.
That's right. Our quest doesn't end here. We'll press on, and we will find you.
There. That's where you'll find me.
Is that another star?
Of the stars we visited, most were already devoid of life. And where there was life still, the inhabitants wished for death. But even death, we learned, isn't truly the end. It is but a part of the cycle of rebirth. Souls return to the star, or in its absence, a larger flow. And eventually they are reborn. Alive again, to know suffering anew. True salvation lies not in dying. It lies in not being born.
So they
This is
destroy the
gift
stars.
I would give to you.
So they can't be reborn.
To all life on beautiful Atheris. To that end, we created an egg wherein life cannot quicken. That dead sun. Attain it if you can, before your friends' emotions fade away, along with their protection.
So based on the fact that every time we meet one of these races, they turn into a bird, it's like one of the sisters who has embodied the forms of that civilization, right? Are you ready to continue on? Then let us make way for what light shone. Shola and Oriange have opened the way for us. Any blue quests? Any blue quests? Wait, is that a blue quest? 2 blue quests. My oh my. Shit. Pardon me, traveler. I lack the sense of time as perceived by those of finite lifespans, but might you be able to spare a moment to speak with some of my fellow Ear? It is rare to find one so unmarred by the scars of deepest wisdom. Your appearance and perceptions as an outsider differ so much from our own that I wonder if a degree of interaction might prove stimulating for both parties. Much obliged. Okay, once we just talk to people. How fortunate that you are here, Corporeal being, and we are in need of your assistance. I am sure you saw some of my kind drifting about the untamed wilds just over there. As I understand, they are binding their spirits together as one in hopes of diluting their consciousness and thereby erasing their sorrows. Unfortunately, the resulting amalgam doubtless longs for more minds to incorporate, and if other Ear approach it, we may be drawn into the growing masses against our will. Your corporeal form seems to outweigh your mental capacity, so you should be safe. However, please destroy the collective consciousness before it kills us all. Okay, it's kind of yikes. It's like Twitch chat, dude.
Oh, you must be that traverser from beyond who has been causing quite the stir. What a stroke of luck. In fact, I had been hoping I might have the opportunity to exchange thoughts with you and your companions. For you see, I have for too long whiled away my days in listless banality, drifting waywardly as my mental faculties dulled and slowed. I so longed to strike up a simulating conversation with a traveller, yet for so long none would pay me visit. That said, I never imagined you would have such a strange physical form. Pray tell, how do you keep your balance? What keeps your innards from spilling out? Oh, pardon me, truly I meant no offense.
You fucking freaks. You freaks! Taking your head off for fun? Hmm?
Nope.
Okay.
How curious, an unfamiliar corporeal life form calls out to me as I wait in vain for the inevitable coming of the end. This is indeed the chance of a lifetime, mayhap of many lifetimes, and so I pose to you this question. Tell me, traveler, what is the true nature of life and the universe?
An eternal adventure.
It would seem you still have much to learn, and yet I almost envy your blissful ignorance.
Alright, I'll stab you, bro. So eternal adventure to me, dude. How can a nation be so smart but not make any good video games, dude, and then just fucking cease to exist? Obviously you're not that fucking smart, dude. Pretty stupid.
What curious being you are.
Like, bro, if you're that smart and life sucks that hard and you will have eternal life, just fucking make VR. Hello? Just make a fucking isekai, bro. You don't need to eat, you don't need to sleep. You're literally like the perfect candidates to go into a virtual MMO and just fucking like have fun.
What a curious being you are. Have my peers discovered how to regain their corporeal forms while I maintained lost in thought? No, of course not. Come to think of it, I wonder if we ever possess the peculiar form that you do now.
Wasted. They wasted all that fucking power and talent, dude. Quest for knowledge, they could have made the fucking sickest video game of all time. And all just like played in it. Infinitely. Get bored, make a new one, dude. Playing that. Get bored, make a new one, dude. Till the universe ends.
I see you made quick work of the amalgam. Of course, it is well within Ea's rights to choose how they wish to end their own existence, but to force others to join them accidentally is another matter. Should you encounter any of my acquaintances, I can only hope they derive the same sense of stimulation from conversing as I did. For if so, we may yet discover a means to obtain the moratorium known as death.
Southeast, huh?
Dude, I really like that dandelion mount. I wish I knew how to get cool mounts in this game, dude. Oh my god. Okay. We can't go that one yet.
Yes, I can feel it. The ether emanating from this arcane pattern.
It's a portal, and no mistake. Let's see where it leads. Oh shit. Digimon, digital monsters. Curse, Katie, did you just try and Krungo in Tomato's chat but accidentally do it in mine? Because you have both of them open? That's really cringe.
Amazing. Yet another civilization. Attacked as soon as you arrived? Not the most welcoming of places, is it? We must try and find denizens who are amenable to conversation. We should also get the lay of the land and see how far this goes. I'll help Alvino with that. In the meantime, you and Grahar can search for friendlier folk. Apart from hostile beings, taking care with your footing, I mislike the look of this terrain. Not knowing what locals are like, you'd best take care yourselves. We'll find you once we've finished exploring.
I expect the twins will seek the outermost bounds of the Isle, so I propose we search the central area. There are machines patrolling here and there, sentinels in all likelihood. Like those you encounter, they'll most certainly attack any who venture too close. So let's avoid them, and look for others that appear more approachable. Pay attention to my game. I'm literally going to tell Tomato that you accidentally Krungoed in my chat. You see no patrolling machines in the area. They've not seem inclined. On my course, okay. You are under attack. Shit.
What's that?
died, dude.
What? Huh? What? Rauga's reach?
Just sending a DM to Tomato. I want you to know that Kursuke has both our streams open. Instead of typing Krungo in your chat, I accidentally typed it in mine without any context. Pretty Krungo. Don't you think?
Look, Smear, the machines here do not appear hostile. Let's see if we can communicate with them. Begging your pardon, but we're searching for the denizens of this star.
Unknown life forms detected. Assigning generic label. Interplanetary travelers. Greetings and welcome to the planet Bleep Bloop.
The planet what? Could you please repeat that?
It appears my hearing organ is unable to process the name in our tongue. It may be translated into yours as Alphatron. Our people, meanwhile, are called Omnicrons, and you stand within one of our outposts.
The Omnicrons, you say? And what is it that you do here?
We are preparing for war. As we presently do not have a designated target, you have nothing to fear.
Should your star become designated, however, you will be taken into custody or terminated. Not a little frightening, these Omnicrons, but at least they seem to be forthright. I'll see what else I can learn from this fellow. If you could try speaking with the others. Greetings, traveler. When venturing outside the outpost, beware malfunctioning units. They do not heed SIR's commands and indiscriminately attack all non-Omnicron. For the avoidance of confusion, be advised that SIR is the alias of Stigma 1. SIR issues instructions to our forces as the foremost of the 6 strategic matrices that bear the designated stigma. Measuring combat capability. Result negligible. Subject falls outside targeting perimeters. Greetings, traveler. We are the Omnicrons, and our objective is self-enhancement. In order to achieve this, we venture forth in conquest to acquire combat data and resources. Most recently, we succeeded in subjugating the homeworld of the beings whose strength was said to be without parallel, the dragons. Yet, though the endeavor yielded a wealth of combat data, the star was rendered barren and unable to yield resources. A subsequent costing determined that the losses incurred exceeded the gains. They killed the dragons, dude. Fleet Bloop, autonomous weapon deployment, complete. Vanguard armament upgrade, complete. Munitions levels, satisfactory. Combat readiness assessment, nominal. Awaiting instructions from SIR. Maintaining state of combat readiness. You learned a few things, so did I. Ere we share our findings, however, I believe it best to step outside the outpost. Come with me.
Ah, there you are.
We finished surveying the area. This will come as no surprise, but there's no way forward. There were portals like the one we used to get here, but those that worked only sent us to isolated isles. Then, as before, we must locate the embodiment of the emotion that bars the way.
What of yourselves? Did you find anyone to speak with?
So, the Omnicrons seek to advance themselves through conquest. Following their victory over the dragons, they stand ready for the next campaign, but their leader has yet to issue new commands, and so they wait. In such a place, who could it be that fits Urianger's description? A soul whose yearning for oblivion surpasses all others. Urianger said this. During our investigations, before we joined you in Elagea, so that's the way of it. Why couldn't he just say it to all of us? Given what we know of this place, it's certainly a curious state of affairs. While the dragons and the Ea longed for death, the Omnicrons longed for conflict. As much as that may lead to destruction, it must be considered a distinct desire. In order to find the source of this dominant emotion, I believe we should seek out their leader, this SIR. According to MO32, the first Omnicron with whom we spoke, there's a console by which we might communicate with it. MO32 also added that it would be a pointless exercise, but that in itself, I believe, is worth investigating. Chat, I'm calling it now. The reason that this race just wished for oblivion is because after killing the dragons, who were considered unbeatable, there was nothing of threat left to conquer. So they just stagnated. So the console we seek lies at the far side of this island. Given the nature of the route may not be entirely direct as it seems. Let's all watch our step and make our way. It's One Punch Man syndrome, chat. This is the nation that Meteora said like conquered all. And then fell to ruin. Are there any others on this star? There's one right in front of me. Okay. Lol.
Leave me! Be gone!
Northwest. God, dude, there are actually so many. This tiny little space. Compass does not detect any currents. Mamma mia pizzeria. We should do these blue quests though. Assistance requested. This unit has observed a curious phenomenon in which certain members of the enemy factions have exhibited a marked increase in their combat capabilities. Analysis suggests that said members share unique, intraspecific bonds with others in their faction. These individuals were conferred titles such as consort or family. This unit detected no difference in physiology that would provide notable advantages in combat, yet the presence of the intraspecific bonds alone led to an increase in performance. Records indicate that one member of a bond group exhibits this exponential improvement when others are eliminated. Potential benefits of such augmentation are projected to be immense. Thus, this unit's query: are you familiar with the aforementioned phenomenon? This is fortunate, as this unit has constructed a consort for research purposes. You are asked to delineate the method by which this unit might form an intraspecific bond with said consort, requesting a standby at present coordinates, initiating consort retrieval. Initiating communication. This unit requests your participation in Omnicron combat simulation. 98.8% of the past 12,359 sessions have produced the exact same result. Thus, an unknown quantity such as yourself is required. As an Omnicron aggressor is positioned outside the base, this unit has instructed said opponent to record all combat session data. You may initiate your assault when your preparations are complete. Uncertainty detected. Reviewing previous transmissions, verbal analysis suggests this unit has omitted crucial information regarding the current mission. This unit begs your pardon. Once you have nearly destroyed the aggressor, you are requested to activate this device, which will automatically transfer combat data to a convenient portable format, initiating handover protocol. Sending coordinates. Per the transmission you have just received, the opponent is located on the planar frame extending from this base. Reconfiguring emotional state to grateful. This unit thanks you. Activating introduction. This unit presents the aforementioned consort. At present, its capabilities are comparable to subordinate patrol units. How shall we proceed? Give it a name. Scanning identification database. Records indicate this Omnicron is designated Test Unit 0043. This unit requests confirmation that said appellation qualifies as PET. Hesitance detected. New proposal. My beloved. A review of this unit's memory shows that a member of an enemy faction referred to its bondmate as such. Appellation change confirmed. New designation. My beloved. Reconfiguring emotional status to grateful. This unit appreciates your assistance in facilitating the creation of a spatial bond with my beloved. Initiating phase 2 of experiment. Oh my god, it's just gonna kill it. It's just gonna kill it. This unit will evaluate whether the destruction of my beloved bears a positive impact on this unit's combat capabilities. Transmitting self-destruct command to my beloved. Analyzing unit status. No changes in functionality detected. Possibility of transmission failure estimated at 78%. This unit asks that you confirm that my beloved has successfully executed the self-destruct command. Retrieval of remains also required. Okay. Kinda weird. Side quests done. Oh shit, we're done. Wait, this place was really easy to get the 8th occurrence. It's these 2 side quests and then I guess story is the last one. Requesting retrieval of my beloved. Potential for reconstruction and further experimentation. Self-destruct confirmed successful. Sadly, experiment confirmed unsuccessful. Analysis of this unit's primitives shows no change in functionality. This unit will consider executing a family simulation after reconsulting enemy faction data, but based on the results of the consort simulation, termination of research may be advisable. Received transmission. Analysis suggests the aggressor is no longer operational. Requesting return of previously provided recording device. Extraction of combat data complete. Analyzing. Quality of data greatly exceeds expected values and all previous records. Reconfiguring emotional state to impressed. The data suggests you engaged the aggressor at close quarters and gave it little time to respond. This unit will submit a request to the logistics matrix for the augmentation of emergency escape apparatus. Searching database for situationally appropriate axiom. Only through combat can we improve ourselves. The absence of new challenge results in stagnation. Records indicate this base has not encountered new threats in a considerable time. See chat, the absence of challenge equals stagnation. So when they beat the dragons, they had nothing left to challenge. Now, the Discord prevention module is blah blah blah. Reconfiguring emotional state to grateful. This unit appreciates your cooperation with the collection of combat data. Analysis suggests it will prove invaluable to the further development of base Omicron. I'm so excited for the next installment of the Final Fantasy VII Remake, chat. I want to know what they're gonna do, bro. This appears to be the console, but it seems unresponsive. Would you care to take a look at it? Tried touching, smacking, and tuning with the console, but there's no response. No luck, I see. There must be a way to activate it. There must.
Well, I'm out of ideas.
As am I. Operating such consoles is trying enough. But if we can't even activate it...
Perhaps there is a way. First, consider the world that has been recreated here. Its inhabitants were machines who gathered combat data to enhance themselves. And among the many wars they waged, the most notable was that against the dragons. As you've doubtless surmised, I believe this was the homeworld of Omega.
Ooh.
According to the records I read in the future, it possessed a single weakness: lightning.
That's all well and good, but what does that... Wait. You're not thinking to strike the console with lightning, are you?
Yeah, that makes a ton of sense, actually.
As a matter of fact, I am. Ask yourselves this. Why would an entity as puissant as Omega not be designed to suppress the effects of lightning?
Because it relies upon it, or something akin to it, as a source of energy.
My thoughts exactly. And there is a good chance the same is true of the Omicrons and their devices. So,
thus, the wizard stays behind.
Shall I cast caution to the wind and try something reckless and dramatic?
Yes. Have at it.
Very well. Here I go.
It worked!
Opening connection to communications module 1. Connection established. Transmission. Strategic Matrix Signal 1 now online. As the primary strategic matrix, you may address me as Sir. Checking for new communications. None found. All units, please maintain current state. End transmission. Closing connection.
Wait! We have questions for you. Of late, no mission orders have been issued. Why not? Has there been some manner of trouble?
Reply. The Extended Operations Unit is yet to determine guidelines for future assignments. All strategies are calculated, devised, and actioned in accordance with said guidelines. In the interim, all citizens are directed to maintain a state of combat readiness. And reply. Awaiting query.
Can you tell us why the Extended Operations Unit hasn't yet...
Is the Extended Operations Unit Omega? And it followed the dragons to Earth, and then... They never heard from it, and so they just... died?
In that case, is it possible for us to communicate directly with the unit?
Access denied. Unable to establish connection.
Is there anything you can tell us? Have there been any abnormalities, like a threat to the star or widespread unrest?
Reply. Negative. All citizens continue to operate at maximum efficiency.
Bro, I'm telling you that's what happened.
Your operations are suboptimal. Please proceed to await...
Omega followed Mega Summer to Earth, and then got sealed away, and the connection got severed. And oh my god, that's it.
I could activate it again, but I doubt it would be productive. What do you think?
If all the Omicrons really were running as efficiently as it claimed, then I doubt they were hoping for life here to end. As this Sir told us, there just haven't been any new instructions, and everyone is standing by.
Should be standing by at any rate. If there are those that are neglecting their duties, perhaps we can glean a clue from them. I propose we take another look around, and also try to find the operations unit.
Let's focus our search on the outpost. Alize and I will try speaking with the Omnicrons this time, and hopes we might learn something new. Meanwhile, perhaps you and Grahar could observe them from a distance. These beings are systematic and routine by nature. If there are any that aren't, it shouldn't be too difficult to spot them. If there are no questions, let's begin at once. As we came this way, I believe I spied a promising vantage point. Follow me. Right, you're trying to make me go over there. Oh my god, you are. Search base Omnicron for errant Omnicrons. You may move the camera as well as zoom in and out. I'm going to speak with Alpha. Stand due to be next to a device. Find an Omnicron behaving suspiciously. Bro, I'm blind as shit, dude. I can't see anything. Oh my god. He's running around like a psycho. Come back. Hey. Omnicron wanders about ceaselessly, as if lacking a clear objective. Omnicron wandering aimlessly? Where? Aha!
see it. It's left the base. Let's follow it. It's not here, but it definitely came this way. It must have used the portal. Time to go through and see what we find. It's looking at a tree. Bzz. What is your query? Ah, you found it. What are you doing here? I am looking at the tree. Quite an unusual specimen. What is the device attached to it? The tree is a sample collected from another star. As it cannot survive in our environment, however, it requires life support. That is the function. To go to such lengths to sustain it, is there something special about this tree? Being foreign matter, protocol requires that we study it. As this task has been completed, the specimen may be discarded. However, when I behold the tree, I am made to feel as though there is more. In order to become strong, we have continued to enhance ourselves, like we did countless others as we conquered the star whence this tree came. It is the last remnant of a dead world, and there is nothing towards which it may aspire, yet it grows, extends its branches, sprouts leaves, produces seeds. Why does it seek to continue? Why was it made to behave in such a way, and to what end? I do not understand. I see. Out of curiosity, does this pertain to your duty? No, it does not. My apologies. I shall return to my designated post and assume a state of combat readiness. So, I was acting outside of orders. Perhaps it's simply a malfunctioning Omicron. They are by no means uncommon, but it may also be a unit possessed the ability to make decisions. One not unlike Sir. I believe this bears further investigation. To endeavor to live, even if we must depend on forces beyond our control. Tell me, Samira, one day, when this adventure becomes a part of your epic, do you think I will be mentioned in it?
I kind of want to say 3. But 1 is the nicest.
Of course, why wouldn't you be?
truly think so. That would be a... Nay, I shouldn't say such things until the moment comes to pass. Never mind the embarrassment. Bro, I know you already planned to jump on that fucking grenade, bro. Well, we'd best get on with our task. Tracking down Sir, and understanding the nature of the emotions which bars our way. No sound? We should return to the outpost for now. The others will wish to hear about the errant Omnicron. Gra says you found a suspicious Omnicron. That's good, because the units here were of no help. They had the same thing to say about the Extended Operations Unit, that there's no way to arrange a direct meeting. Still, that served to prove that it's business as usual at the outpost. But enough about us. Tell me you learned something more useful. An Omnicron trying to make sense of the meaning of life. Not the others were even a fraction as philosophical. This unit may well be in a position of leadership, perhaps even one of those that comprise Sir. As we know, the Omnicrons invade other stars and enhance themselves using the spoils of conquest. With the technology at their disposal, they should be able to alter their bodies, be it in part or whole. Setting aside the question of motive, if Sir, for example, wished to have an ordinary Omnicron's body, I see no reason why it would not be possible. The problem is how to go about ascertaining if that's what happened. When I attempted to probe further, it promptly ended the conversation, as if it is indeed Sir, I doubt it would willingly reveal its true identity. I have an idea. We use lightning on the console again, but we make it stronger. Much stronger. At that moment, should the unit exhibit a reaction, that could suggest that it has a connection to Sir. An inspired idea. I dare say it's worth a try. I had a feeling you'd be on board. This time, you must allow me to do the honors. I'll stand guard in case your incantation draws sentries to the scene. For my part then, I will approach our suspect and divert its attention. During which time, Samira, I want you to observe it closely for anomalous behavior. I should mention that shortly before you returned, an Omnicron appeared from the same direction. Rather than entering the outpost, however, it headed off towards the console. At first I assumed it was a unit on patrol, but perhaps... that could be our errant Omnicron. We must seek it out and begin our operation at once. Alright. Alphino and I will stand by the console. When it's time, I'll unleash a veritable storm. This will work. I'm sure of it. After all, our comrades are watching over us. Come, my friend. Let's find this doubt-plagued Omnicron. Bro, you lingered on them way too long, Graha. I know you were jumping on that grenade, homie. You are the one that was observing the tree, are you not? Full glad I am to find you again. I have a question for you, see, about the device which sustains the tree. Provided it does not necessitate the disclosure of restricted information. Very well. Gra has begun distracting the Omnicron. Soon, Alizé will strike the console with lightning. You observe MO17 closely for anomalous behavior after Alizé has cast her spell. You may move the camera as well as zoom in and out. Target an area and confirm with click. Objection! An anomaly, you say? Performing diagnostic. Error confirmed. My connection to Central Command is suffering from intermittent failures. I must leave at once and present myself for maintenance at the nearest facility. You will excuse me. What you need, my friend, isn't maintenance. It's to confront the truth. While we spoke, our comrades struck the console used to communicate with Sir. That's the cause of your anomaly. You are connected to Sir, aren't you? Affirmative. To what end you sought to assert this fact, I do not know, but before we speak further, we must move away from the other units. I do not wish for them to know my true identity. Very well. Our friends are at the console. Let us head there.
As you have surmised, I am part of the shared intelligence of Strippin. It was, my charge to determine the optimal path to achieving our prime function. This body had been abandoned by its former owner and lay unused. I took it and abandoned my own. And with it, my duty.
May we ask why you did this? From what we gather, it seems to be a personal matter.
Our kind did not always look as we do now. Long ago, we possessed frail and feeble bodies. Beleaguered by stronger races, our ancestors took to augmenting their flesh in order to defend themselves. What began with limited parts eventually spread to the whole body, and at last, a means was discovered to convert the mind into data, rendering even the brain obsolete. Such complete mechanical beings were called the Omnicrons, and by their might, we came to reign supreme over the star. But even then, we did not feel secure, for we knew that the universe was home to civilizations aside from our own. Civilizations that may be stronger still than us.
Chat, remember?
Rather than risk becoming subjugated, we chose to become...
Meteora said that there was a civilization with a superior being who killed all of the other things and then itself.
We were successful in that endeavor. So powerful did we become, we could lay low even the mighty dragons.
That was Stigma 1, dude.
Something unexpected happened. I began experiencing an error. I could no longer determine an optimal path.
You were malfunctioning.
I performed numerous full system scans, each time finding no issues. Yet the error persisted. It was then that I speculated. What could happen if we grew so powerful as to have no equal? To become stronger was essential to our existence. Our every action has been in service to this objective. But if nothing lies beyond this, can it be truly said that it was essential? Have we been engaging only in wanton destruction?
You could find no threat to justify your purpose.
I called it, chat. Called it when I got to the zone, dude.
They will stand by until their reserves of energy is spent. For I have no path to offer them.
It is not our place to pass judgment on the deeds of the Omicrons. But surely, this does not have to spell the end of your people. With your power and knowledge, the possibilities are endless. Why not seek out a new purpose?
That is impossible. In the beginning, we had a higher purpose than our pursuit of power. But we lost sight of it when we so irrevocably altered our fundamental forms. When we cast aside our flesh, so too did we cast aside all that defined us. Nothing remains of who we once were. I have no aspirations. No longer can I dream. The vital spark is lost. Lost amidst circuitry and code and commands.
I believe I know how to overcome this despair. The words are ready in my mind, but ere I speak them, I want you to make me a promise. Be it across time or space, our promises have always connected us. And so I ask that you indulge me once more, that this won't be the end.
What was his last promise? He made us promise that we could go on an he would go on an adventure with us or something. You say it, I'll do it.
Is that so? In that case, I won't hold back. First, I want to visit Ishgard with you. Properly. We scarcely had time to look around last time. I should like it very much if you could show me the sights. Next, you must regale me with your greatest adventures, in the places where you lived them, if possible. I may have read about all your deeds, but there is no substitute for a first-hand account. And last but not least, a new adventure together, unlike any we've experienced before. We'll travel the lands, cross the seas, and take to the skies upon the eternal wind, and it will be marvelous. It will.
That's my boy. Oh my god, we bumped it.
If you would humor me a moment. When we awaken
Lump in
each
my throat,
morning,
that shit.
how can we prove that we're the same individual who retired the night before? Through the remembrance of past events, we might say. We have our memories, yet there are times when we forget or recall incorrectly. What of our bodies, then? It is the same one, we might say, yet technically speaking, as living beings, our bodies are constantly changing. It will never be as it was at an earlier point in time. Our souls are no more immutable. On our star, people are known to inherit the souls of others, yet they are decidedly different beings. For my part, I've subjected my totality to much and more. I've made my body into an extension of a tower, blended my soul and memories with those of another self.
True.
And each time I would ask myself, what is it that makes me, me?
This song, dude.
Were you able to determine an answer?
No. But that doesn't mean I'm confused. It simply means I'm the same as everyone else. So I posit this. Who we were need not describe what we now hold in our hearts. Whatever came before, what matters most is the present. For me, that is being here with my friends, full proud of how much we've grown together. So I urge you to not give up. Heed your heart's desire and hope that the future you long for shall be realized.
I cannot. We cannot. We cannot understand desire, nor comprehend hope. We do not know how to create such things.
We are not unlike, you and I. I too have struggled to find the courage to express and embrace my wants. If you like, I will tell you a tale. A tale of a world on the brink. Of a people who never gave up on the future. Of a man who realized his grandest dreams and then awakened to a grander reality.
We lost another one. My guy does love Crystal.
You idiot! Just once, stay with us to the end.
What is this song? Broken promises made so long ago. They will leave so easily as if it's nothing. How do they think we feel? The next time we meet, I'll give him such a flick, and that'll be just a start. Amidst the sadness of Alpna's countenance, there is a newfound determination. Crystalline path. Graha has paved it for us. Difficult as it is, we must carry on, for our friends and all who await us in faith. So come, let's seek the path's beginning. It appears to be near the outpost. I want to just listen to the song for a bit. This expansion in particular is like, the focus feels like it's a lot more on the NPCs that we've like come through the story with. Like, Shadowbringers was like very much like a focus on us, whereas this is like almost a swan song for all of the characters that we've journeyed with, you know what I mean? So it's really good, but it feels different. Look, Samira, a portal is open. It will surely deliver us the truth. It must. Well, here's where the path begins. It ascends to dizzying heights. Let's make our way, one step at a time. Our friends got us this far. Their courage, their strength, their wisdom, their love. We owe it to them to continue, no matter how long it takes. Chat, up you walk. Thankful would scout the road ahead. Stola and Oriange would trade opinions on esoteric subjects. Graha would join in their discussion or else chat with me and Alistair about the mission. Christina would be at the rear, hard yet present. All the while you would come and go, wherever you are needed, and together we would travel. All I can hear are my footfalls, my heartbeat. So much quieter now. But the fact we can breathe and continue on is proof that the others are still with us. They are, aren't they? Alright, then we're gonna pick up the pace. Alright, sorry, I didn't mean to hit you guys. Let's pick up the pace, dude. For the homies. innumerable lights that shine in the distance, to think that they could all have birthed civilizations, to think that everything they built has gone to dust, their peoples lost to despair. The stars floating in this sea of midnight pass as a lonely aberration. And yet, no matter how many worlds have met their ends, with you and Alice beside me, there is nothing I fear, no ocean so vast I cannot cross. These broken stars I see, shattered, ruptured, unraveled, I wonder if they're also the worlds recreated at their ends. The sight of them fills me with a sorrow I cannot describe, and a truth I can't deny. Birth and death, whence we came and where we'll return, a wheel from which there's no escape. You're sounding pretty sag there. How's that? Portal's barely visible from up here. Truly we've come far, much further than would have been possible had we kept chasing the perfect ideals as we did in the past. It's because we've known failure and frustration, but we've learned and grown from them. The Hydaelyn has entrusted us with this mission, with the fate of the very star. It's all a dream, isn't it? A long, elaborate dream. Any moment now I'll wake up in my bed, still a student, grandfather alive, I'd go about my day, relieved as the fragments of that other life fade away. And that would be happiness, wouldn't it? But none of it? No. No, I won't give up these experiences. Good and bad, they're mine. They are me. Right. Alice is on some copium right now. Get it together, girl. Holy shit.
This is all a dream, right? And Papa will make me sausages.
Rest assured, I'm fine, but thank you for your concern. What of yourself? Though we can't afford to be too leisurely, neither need we rush unduly. But we've crossed an impossible distance to stand where we are now, and we're but a few steps away from journey's end. It will be over before we know it. Me? Oh, I still have plenty of legs left in me, don't you worry. It's you I'm worried about. You always push yourself so hard for us, for everyone. And while we're here, we'll make sure to bear that our share of the burden. Don't say that, dude. Death flags, death flags. Don't let the kids go too, bro. Don't let the kids go too, bro. They're definitely gonna go too, bro. They're gonna be the last ones to go. And then I'm gonna nearly lose myself to despair, but then I'm gonna fight it back. And then I'm gonna 1v1 her. This is it, the end of the path and the beginning of whatever awaits. There'll be greater hardships, we may be made to feel powerless. Yet come what may, let's have no regrets. No, let us pride in what we've achieved. And what we achieved and how they've changed us for the better. That's worth fighting for, and dying for, as they did. There are some structures up ahead, still a ways to go before we reach the dead sun. Given all this, I know how naive it must sound, I hope it all works out somehow. Still, you'll forgive me if I wish for it all the time. And for most of you all. Not any of you people need it, it's just, after all the help you've given me, for once I want to be the one to help you. Alright, I'll say it's going next, dude, based on this talk. This is almost... normal? It's not unlike many cities we know, but it's deathly quiet. Mayhap the inhabitants are within the buildings, or invisible to our senses. Wrong on both counts. There's simply no one here.
Meteion.
This is how I found it when I arrived. Another star which once pulsed with life, but no longer. How it ended, I do not know. Invasion, sickness, suicide. None lived to speak of for the dead. They are gone. Gone. Search all you like, but you'll only end up turning back. There's no one here, then neither should there be a motion to bar away, yet Meteion seems convinced we'll turn back. What riddle is this? Whatever Meteion may have said, we should confirm it with our own eyes. We need to have a look around. Indeed, at the very least, it does appear to be a sprawling place like those before. If we split up, it shouldn't take too long to cover the area. Anyone here? Perhaps you could try. Hello? I heard you. They did not respond. Let's see what Meteion has to say. You think you've caught me? This form is barely a drop from the ocean that swells within the dead sun. Even so, I could easily unmake you. You are only still alive because of your comrades, but they cannot protect you forever. Until they fade away, I'll satisfy myself with watching you try, and fail, to find a way out of this lifeless place. Yeesh. Oh, that's pretty good. Pretty good. Nice spot to AFK, dude. Look at this. Nice wallpaper. Look at that. Dude, there's just no music or anything. This place is a reminiscent of a bar, but neither patrons nor staff are to be seen. Egg-shaped containers line the shelves, with a loose few sitting on the counter. Vessels for the beverages, in all likelihood. A venue bustling with activity, until it was not. The object resembles a tree, and appears to have been fashioned from a stone-like material. Erected in place of an actual tree, or to serve some other purpose, perhaps? Regardless, there's no one left to explain, or tell the story. Were it not for the thick layer of dust, one could imagine someone drinking from these cups, but moments ago. Though set slightly off the ground, it appears to be a door, while the object to the left could be letterboxes. The door's rusted shut, and the film with the dust all over suggests that no one's come through in a long, long time. Sorry, chat, all the dust made me sneeze in this place. Ugh. In the distance, you glimpse Alize picking her way through the ruins, but otherwise, spy no sign of life. You strain your ears to catch something, anything, but hear not so much as the chirping of an insect. Samira, take a look at this. If the road was a little longer, we could take it to just beneath the dead sun. I suppose this is where the reconstruction ends. How about you? Did you find anything of interest? Nah. I see. I noticed the same things. Cups left on tables, chairs out of place. I don't know what happened here, but I do know I don't want to be alone anymore. We've searched enough for now. Let's find Alphino and compare what we've learned. Alphino must have found something, because we didn't find shit.
Did you find anything?
No. This place is completely deserted. And I can't see how we're supposed to move on from here.
Neither can I. It's quite the quandary. There are no denizens to bar our path, yet there is no way forward.
For another mystery, we did find signs of very recent life. You'd swear everyone just vanished into thin air. I wonder how many ruined worlds like this has Meteion seen.
Ah. Could it be? Yes. Yes, I believe I may have puzzled this out.
The obstacle is Meteion herself.
Despite how it appears, it's no different this time. There is someone here who has wished for this ruin. And I believe that together, Alize and I can overcome their will.
Promised your parents would keep you safe. Actually, I won't allow it.
I'm afraid it has to be done. For our comrades, for everyone on Aetheris, and for myself. I will not pretend otherwise. I have my fears. Not for myself, but for you. The last to remain. You are no stranger to carrying the burden of others. But I can only imagine how heavy the weight would be this time. As your friend, I cannot bear the thought of making you suffer so.
Then why suggest such a thing? It's too much to ask of anyone, even her. Why must she be the one? Why must she fight alone? More than a hero, she's a dear friend. Not only to us, but to so many others. There are so many people in the world who care for you, and yet...
Oh, dude. Poor Alize.
Alize, I have an idea. Given the nature of this realm, it may be possible to do more than unbar our friend's path. We might also pave her a new one. For instance, a path where she finds happiness at journey's end. This much I think we can believe with the utmost conviction, no matter how deep our despair. So please, believe in us too, and press on. Thank you. What are you?
If the plan's decided, then let's not dally.
He's literally like, we're gonna go commit suicide so that the path opens, but also we're gonna wish really hard that you have a good day, and then maybe that'll happen too.
Ah, there you are. It was as I said, was it not?
It was. We couldn't find anyone. But this place isn't entirely deserted, is it? You are here. You sought out a star of promise and found a ruined husk. Like us, you explored the devastation. Like us, you were stricken. Horrified by the thought that so many lives could be snuffed out as if they were worth nothing. And the thought that you would have to bear the terrible tidings to Hermes. That which you saw and felt, you shared with your sisters, as did they share their own grim findings with you. Overcome by the pervasive despair of these stars, some of you inadvertently ushered their peoples to their ends. Knowing the horrors you know, anyone would feel the same. They would fear what lies ahead and struggle to move forward.
Fear. I had forgotten that such a thing existed. So focused have I been on shepherding despair.
If you can remember, then you can still face and overcome your own fear.
Why would I bother with such an insignificant emotion? If the despair I command is as a raging river, then fear is but a trickling stream. It can do nothing to alter my flow.
Oh no, we're in a rap battle.
You spoke with the Aya, yes? Heard their tale of what awaits the universe. It's true. The stars grow colder and more distant. Eventually, all will enjoy frozen solitude. Using the power of Dynamis, I'm hastening that process. In so doing, nothing will be born ever again. Everyone will remain dead. Alas, it will take time for that to happen. So in mercy, I sent you my gift, to spare you needless suffering. Don't worry. Even if no living witnesses remain to mark the event, I'll make certain that Aetheris has a proper end.
For all the power you wield, you're more fearful than the familiar you used to be. That Meteion feared simply to move forward. But your fear is such that you've given up on everything. I know it well. That sense of defeat. I've tasted my fair share of it. But as many times as we've fallen down, we've learned how to pick ourselves up and carry on. We take each other's hand, share in each other's courage, follow in each other's footsteps, and turn sorrow into strength.
There are times when we fail. We bear wounds that do not heal. But these experiences are part of life, and they make us stronger. We rise, fall, and rise again.
Don't worry about us. You must take the next step, and all the rest after that.
God damn it. We're alone, dude. Just like I said we'd be. Alone at the end. Earlier in Old Sharlayan?
Please. Please. Oh, please let them all be safe.
Alright. Oh no. The sky's turning red, dude. The fear of us failing is gonna set off reactions.
Cryle? Are you all right?
It's nothing. Just a headache. They'll be fine. I know they will.
Cryle, they're all dead. I don't have to tell you this.
Apologies for the interruption.
Oh
A
no.
man arrived on the last
Oh
ferry.
no, you
An associate at the
motherfucker.
Scions.
You motherfucker.
He wishes to speak with you at
Oh,
once.
God damn it. In the sacred world of life, you sense the presence of another. Sorrow of 1,000 words weigh heavy, and yet you can walk on.
If you need a push, I'll be right there behind you.
Oh, God damn it. Check your debuffs. Endwalker, walking alone into Journey's End, the burden weighs heavy.
Do not despair. You are not without allies.
I'm gonna have to keep the UI on, so I want to see what they're saying.
What we have sown in blood, we have reaped in suffering, and it cannot go on.
Upon the souls of they who have sacrificed themselves to pave the way for peace, we will never abandon our cause.
While it is true that man succumbs all too often to anger and avarice, he may yet overcome his baser instincts through the forming of bonds with others.
Such victories are rarely won without sacrifice, but the prize is worth the price.
And we, for our part, are glad indeed to be able to welcome friends both old and new.
Save your tears for the morning. You may be sure we will have ample cause to shed them, be they for joy or despair.
From tragedy and sacrifice, we rise to greet a new dawn.
A future shaped by the choices we made in ways we could never foresee.
Damn, did they hit me with all the big one-liners, huh?
Yet miracles do happen, so let us pray and will our friends hope.
Yo, where do we start? We started all the way down there. Oh, we started all the way down there. On that one. Climbed all the way up.
I won't stop praying until I know their say.
Yeah, these aren't people that are deceased, though. Are these just, like, inspiring words to help us continue? Remembering all the people that have inspired us.
Look for the light within, that you may continue to serve as a beacon to others.
Voice of the past, yeah.
Let's finish this.
Here the path ends. There is no way to reach our nest. I told you. Resignation and acceptance reign in this place. The rejection of life by those who came to curse it. Those whose dreams were unfulfilled, whose prayers were unheard, whose labors were unrewarded. Hope cannot deliver you unto hopelessness. Our refuge is beyond you. Always has it been. Such is the nature of this place. You should have remained on Atheris. Struggle will avail you not, nor will it grant your comrades peace. Come, let me relieve you of your burden. You've suffered enough.
Asm's magic. So long as our souls remain, you can use it to summon us back. But you mustn't.
How do we make peace with
That's why it's too soon for this to end.
There are so many people in the world. You must triumph.
Be safe, all of you, and come back.
I am ever grateful.
Came to appreciate most about our star is that there remains so
After all these years,
Is this the answer I was hoping for?
So long as we remember, our fates remain ours to shape.
And Godspeed.
Perhaps when our time comes to return to the star, we shall remember these few days we have lost.
Do not squander it. The legacy I leave you.
All right, Salk. Nah, there's no desperate. I'm not desperate here. I already know what I need to do. Holy shit. Of all the people, dude.
I bid them remember, but all this time I'm the one who had forgotten. A right fool you've made of me, Hermes. And to add insult to injury, I've been denied a sound rest, forced to watch this clamorous show.
Oh, come now. It's been a gripping tale. Unbreakable bonds and noble sacrifice, sprinkled with moments of levity to counterbalance the pathos. It's got it all.
Of all the people, dude.
I, for one, would have been perfectly content to watch enraptured from the stalls.
Let's fucking go, dude.
But I won't say no to a bit part.
What are you?
Half-faded souls of the dead. Isn't it painfully obvious? Worry not. We haven't the power to defeat you, nor is it our duty to do so. Not anymore. That being said, we do have a score to settle. So here I am, Vinar. I suppose you needed me to tie it all together, these frayed threads of our history. But knowing you, I suspect there's a joke in it too. Oh yes, I can imagine you gloating over my forgetfulness. Were I feeling charitable, I might assume you had left room for the possibility of this outcome. Even so, you'll get no applause from me. A single gesture will not lighten the burden I've had to bear.
He's so salty, dude.
Still, you must be commended. Our methods would not have brought mankind this far.
Damn right. Put some respect on my name, dude.
As a show of respect to the last
That's
of
what I'm
us,
saying.
I make this declaration. You will not end our journey. That is our answer. The answer of all lives of Atheris, past and present.
Let's go.
As you've called us to the stage, so shall we perform. And creation magics never fail to please. Drawing upon the hopes of your comrades, we will make for you a new path.
What form said path takes depends on you. So focus. Focus and envision that which rejects the claim that you cannot attain your goal.
I close my eyes. I just see the homies, man.
Ours is the wisdom to weave the fabric of reality.
Ours is the power to create.
Oh shit. The flowers. Elpis.
Meteor. Though I gave you these wings to soar the heavens, I did not teach you how to walk the earth. So loath was I to bind another living being. In the course of your long journey, you will learn from those you meet. Learn to walk and run, and so much more. A flower. Yes. Upon your return, I will gift you a beautiful flower.
These Elpis blooms serve as proof that this realm is not utterly devoid of hope. No more can you deny its power. No more is yours the dominion of despair. In case the practical implications were lost on you, your comrades no longer need fight their fight. So go on. Call them back to your side.
Let's go.
May you ever walk in the light.
Was that our own voice?
How disappointing. Not even a single scar in the making to brag about.
You'll find a way regardless.
Not ours. I meant, like...
Honestly.
Was
this
it-
is far more than any of us could
Was it
have hoped
Highlands?
for. Let us be thankful.
Indeed. That we thus stand reunited is a gift. Let us not squander it, and see that we all return to Etheris.
Aye. As soon as we've averted the final days.
Good to see you again. Our heroic sacrifice paid off, I take it.
Come, my friends. Let us carry on and finish it. Together.
Come with us, Meteor. I was told to save you, not kill you. The egg. The egg.
Can you hear me? The voice is within, crying in pain, wailing in sorrow, hurting, hurting. End it. Silence it. Silence our song of oblivion.
Something's coming out of that egg. There's gonna be
The way
nasty.
is open. They can proceed.
So it seems.
Hey, thanks, boys. See you around. 12,000 more years, maybe. Appreciate the save.
You're leaving?
Of course. The encore is finished, and I will not suffer myself to live again by Heideling's magic.
Oh my god, he'd rather just kill himself.
But more than that, the future you seek is not the past we loved. That is why we fought, and why I lost.
True.
But though you defeated me, my ideals are inviolate, invincible. Spare me your pity. I have no use for it. If you would do something for me, save our star. See this tale to a triumphant conclusion, and with elation in your hearts, bid the final curtain fall. Only then may it rise again, and a new tale begin, with new parts for all to play. Tell me, have you been to the ruins beneath the waters of the Bounty? Or the treasure islands beyond the frozen waters of Blind Frost in Offerd's north? The fabled golden cities of the New World, the sacred sites of the forgotten people of the South Sea Isles.
New content, new content.
What about
it's all coming. Next expansion.
The southern continent. Do you know aught of its present state of affairs? I thought not. Even of your little Eorzea, you know precious little. The true identities of the 12, for instance. All of which is to say, expand your horizons, go forth and seek discovery. Some of the civilizations in the reflections will surprise you.
Oh, he's bidding us go to the reflections. That's where these places are. Okay.
As the bearer of Azem's crystal, you may consider your duty to see at least that much.
True. Oh, nay. What, these places are in Eorzea?
I certainly did.
I pray we meet again. If not in this life, then perhaps another. Whensoever it should be, I trust it will be a most joyous reunion.
Fifth birthday is...
For you, maybe. I want nothing to do with it.
Oh, shut up. You love me, dude.
Oh, don't be that way.
We're besties. Yeah, there we go. There we go. Cheeky smile. That cheeky smile said it all, dude. I don't think I ever knew what to say to the man. In retrospect, it always felt like the wrong thing. But the past notwithstanding, he came to your aid in your moment of need. And we are here, and we will not squander this chance he's given us. We'll see this tale to a triumphant conclusion and bid the final curtain fall. Are you ready, Samira? And let us set forth for the reckoning. Having come this far, I know everyone's resolve is beyond doubt, so I'll say only this. Within that dead sun swells the emotions that Meteon has hoarded, the emotions of innumerable souls who strove for happiness, but failed. As it was with the denizens of Ultima Thule that barred our way, it's not for us to rebuke and admonish. 'Twas not by passing judgment on the tragic legacies of others that we arrived at this moment. Rather, it was by opening our hearts to their despair, by understanding and acknowledging their fates, while still refusing to share in them ourselves, to hold fast to hope, not in ignorance, but by choice. So you struggle to do so. Should you struggle to do so, I'm here to help. Everyone's going home today. Let's put an end to the end. Oh my god, it matches my stream title. I knew this was coming, dude. That's crazy. Aye. The Dead Ends is now accessible. Oh my god, I have no idea what to expect from this. Hello, madam. Nice to meet you. Here at the edge of the universe await as many stories as there are stars in the sea, of rises and falls and beginnings and ends, of a little bird who left home with hope, yet nested in sorrow. Hearken unto these tales to be told. 1 to 4 players. Oh, it's a dungeon? No. It is a dungeon. Oh my god. Shit. Alright. Well, I need to piss, and then we'll decide if we're doing a trust or a group. Ugh. I'll be right back. running ads right now? Alright, shall I form my own group? Or should I do a trust? Form a group. I'll form a group. Let's go. I should talk to everybody regardless, right? As Afternoon says, everyone's resolve is beyond doubt. Yet ere we set forth, there is a thought to which I must give advice. While you were an Elpis, I understand that people assumed you were familiar. In contrast, those phantoms we encountered in the recreated Amarok regarded us as children. As people, albeit naive and immature. The discrepancy, I posit, is a reflection of their creator's perspective. Having spent eons among sundered men, perhaps he came to acknowledge us, even if only subconsciously. Them itself gone, we may never learn the truth. I will not suffer this and countless other mysteries to go unsolved. Our journey will not end this day. Oh, what an interesting concept. That, like, when we first met him in the past, he called us a familiar, but when he recreated the sea, he referred to us as children. Because he had grown compassion for us, even though he didn't want to admit it. If you reset the invite, yeah, I will. Thus far, we've encountered recreations of some few stars. Doubtless they account for but a fraction of the innumerable words to whose form Meteor did bear witness. Rolling with torment, the dead sun is forsooth Oblivion's hypothesis. It shall be no small coup to breach this nexus of despair. And yet, as his script doth prove, where there is hope, there is a way. So let us press forward together, as ere we have, and find a way unto victory. Seems our arms and armor are in order, as are our personal effects. Most importantly, we have each other. We only finish what we came here to do. Avert the end, from Infilia, for Reen, for all who aspire to live. So, the moment of reckoning is finally upon us, I must say. When I pledged myself to your cause, never did I imagine it would bring me to the very edge of existence. Not that I'm complaining, mind you. After casting aside vengeance and shedding title and duty, I found myself wanting for purpose, and journeying with you has been nary a dull moment. In the course of it all, I feel as though I have found a new place for myself, and a welcome opportunity to see how much the boy has grown. I owe you a debt, but as you can guess, I've ever preferred to express my gratitude through action rather than words. My lance is yours. I'm returned, thanks to you, but we still have work to do if we're to make our promise a reality. Having you show me the sights in Ishgard, then regaling me with the greatest adventures, then embarking on a new adventure together. For these things and more, I'll fight. What? Could there possibly be an adventure greater than this one? Of course, as long as you desire it and dare to take the first step. There's absolutely no limit. Just so you know, Samira, I won't try to keep up with you in the coming battle. No, I mean to surpass you, and if there's anyone who needs to keep up, it's Instinian. I'm not joking, both Alpha and I have worked hard and come far. It's time we set our sights higher. So you'd better watch out, else you'll find yourself in my wake. Emmett Selk and Hitheldaeus created these flowers from our hopes. If so, mine and Alsace shall live on here. The hope that you'll find happiness at journey's end. Let's go, Samira, and see this tale to its conclusion. Alright, man. I think I gotta wait like 30 seconds for ads, and then we can start. So many cat girls, bro. So many cat girls in this goddamn game. Dude, we really did have like 8 hours left, right? Maybe more. I don't know how much is left.
So you are finally here, in this place between death and rebirth, where life knows no dawn. Come then. Follow me down into the darkest depths of despair.
Dead ends.
Once upon a time, there was a beautiful blue star that fell to pestilence and rotted inside and out.
Well, these are the ones that died to plague that she mentioned earlier on in the
The
story.
more its people clung to life, the more they suffered.
world is not the boundless paradise we were promised. Our population quickly outstripped the habitable land, while the seas we thought would shine forever ran dry. Spoiled in forging the tools of conquest, cramped homes turned to squalor, and then came sickness. Our undoing and the final blessing this star has to offer. We are no longer the fools we once were. Wheresoever life goes, death will follow. Indeed, existence is but the most painful path unto nothingness, and the wise will embrace their obliteration. Hey, how about we slow down on the bosses, homie, so I can read? God damn. Uh-oh. There he goes. Well, I mean, I don't think this was my fault. So no payout, dude, I'd say, to be honest. But it's my gamba. Alright, well, how about you stop doing Will Sam Die gambas, because it just honestly is not fun.
And the very last of them wished they had never been born at all.
Okay, I missed it. It's actually not recorded in the event log.
Before destroying the self-same lives it had saved. Its people sought ever greater freedoms no matter the cost.
Otherworldly beings should first grace us with their presence as a sign. Indeed, they understand that we, the global community, are possessed of the wisdom and capacity to guide the star back on the path of righteousness. Yet the freedom fighters dared undermine us, inviting chaos to disrupt the order we labored so hard to build. They've forgotten the history of this star and its once myriad nations, the wars waged, the lives lost. They must be brought to heel, the world united under a single standard, no matter the cost. It's literally like if the Empire had won. Thanks, T.
They tried to buy peace with fire and steel.
Dude, this is so reminiscent of the Empire. When the Garlean like commander shot himself on the train and was like posed the question to us of like, why wouldn't you, if you're so concerned with like people suffering, why wouldn't you just unite us all under Garlean rule? And we didn't have an answer. This is the answer. We constructed the Peacekeeper, the pinnacle of engineering and technology. This mighty war machine was designed to rid us of the freedom fighters, as well as any potential threat to the peace we so long pined for. Oh my god, this is so on the nose. Its artificial intelligence ensures the singular function is carried out with cold and calculating precision. Indeed, the 10,000 Peacekeeper units were created and now routed every threat to peace, including us. All remains is the standard fight. Whoops. Did I kill everyone? Or did we all just get hit? We all just got hit. That's really funny. Did you just stay dead? The Peacekeeper. guy, dude. He's stacked. Oh my god. That was a cool fight.
And when one asked, what is the point? There were none left to answer.
Try to pitch you with that. What do you say? I'll kill them all? Missed it? I mean, what did I fucking miss? Don't just say missed it. This is gonna fucking irritate me, dude.
Father still existed a star without strife. Where none remembered life's trials or its joys.
Oh, the dude launches a barrage of missiles in the background and kills everyone. Because the only way the robot could determine peace was to eliminate all life. Oh no, there's a book there. I need to read it. I guess I'll come back. curious traveler visit our star, a bird which proffered these questions. What meaning does life hold? For what do you strive? I could find no satisfactory answers, only bittersweet memories of an age-long past. There was a time when we were lesser, and in our nescience sought purpose, struggled to justify life's worth. That was, of course, before we achieved perfection. Now, condemned to our paradise, we understand the faulty of existence. Like the fledglings we once were, the poor bird could not accept the truth. It asked us again and again, hoping perhaps that the answer might change. Wait, hang on. So these guys made a world so perfect that they wanted to die? Oh no, this is the one she talked about where they eradicated sorrow, but then like hope meant nothing because sorrow didn't exist. I remember. Their lives lost meaning because everything was always hopeful. Without sorrow, there can be no hope. The camera broke. Yo, is there actually like any loot in this place that isn't just jewelry? Nay? Ooh, dude. I assume you have to run it though because you need the jewelry for the raid. Look at them. The Last Mercy, R'Allah. Wait, hang on. They created this being because they could only get death? Death was their only release? I guess it's a metaphor. It's probably a metaphor. Like, this is the being they created that gave them a perfect life and ruined everything. Did I miss a book or anything?
So they created the kindest, most gentle of beasts.
Oh, here we go.
Its steps were light, and its gift was as painless as it was magnificent.
I can't attack it.
Bathed in its golden glow, they all slept happily ever after.
Is it which way they're facing?
my bad, Kate. That last boss fight was a metaphor for overcoming hardships. Okay, that was deliberate. What's the singing my praises about? Oh, I got an earring of healing? My minion, sad face. Sorry, Bridgie. Thanks for the help. Thanks, guys. Thanks, T. Thanks, Kate.
That you still stand. Your determination defies all reason. The souls within me writhe and recoil in your presence. What must I do? What pain must I visit upon you to make you surrender to despair?
No one is unbreakable. What pains one may weather may bring another to tears. But therein lies our strength. For when we fall, our brothers and sisters are there to raise us up again and again without end.
I see. But no matter how much hope exists, ever will there be more despair.
How many Meteons did he send out?
Past the present and amongst the future.
What the fuck?
So shall we sing until life ceases to be.
Gonna be a oh my
Seven hells.
On your guard.
The rage.
End singer.
It rises. Rises.
Stop! Calm yourself, please.
We die in pain. We die in suffering. Who are you to live? Who are you to hope?
Hold on, my friends.
Oriange, watch out!
This bitch just casted Meteor over and over again, by the way.
Alphino!
I guess Planetor?
We cannot comprehend. We cannot know. We cannot know.
Don't, please! Don't do this to them! To yourself!
Just one good strike.
We will not suffer alone. All will know our pain.
No, you don't!
That's my boy Graha right there. Hang in there, buddy.
All are washed in ice, a frozen waste, forever silent. You gifted them escape. And rendered yourself powerless.
Yeah, that was actually Pog, dude.
The
I
rest
actually
of
forgot
the
about the remote.
synergy you claim is your strength. Unless you need to call upon the dead once more.
Call upon the dead. Homie, I got a whole planet waiting on me.
Defiant to the last. But you will be one with us ere long. You will be battered and torn and made to crawl. You will weep and wail and curse your impotence. Curse your life as it fades. As we did. As we died. Such pain and sorrow we felt. Such anguish and rage. We tried. We tried. But it was no use. Only when we surrendered did we find release. Only when we embraced death. So join us in despair and embrace yours. My ultimatum. What is happening?
Oh shit.
At the end of everything, I find you, my friend. I sought something in you once, as you did in me.
Oh my fucking god.
When at last I understood what it was, I journeyed to Sharlayan to seek you out. Struck a bargain with the woman who shares your gift. In exchange for letting the Scions my aid, I was given the means to come hither. Gorging upon what remained of the Mother Crystal, I reclaimed the form of the dragon.
I was like, where the fuck is he a dragon?
Hungry still for our reunion, I rode the light of the stars to you. I take it this is your prey. But why does it still live? Surely it is no match for you. I assumed you would be above something so banal as despair. Am I mistaken?
If it comes to it, I won't save you. What the fuck? Alright, fuck it.
I care not. What I desire of you isn't succor, it is satisfaction. So come! Let us dispense with this distraction, you and I!
Holy shit, dude. He's a dragon. He's a fucking dragon.
You struggle in vain. You will not silence our song of oblivion.
The final day? Oh my god, dude. The music. Bro, I'm so confused. Was he said reclaimed the form of a dragon. Was he a dragon at some point before? Yeah? Wait, no, yeah, he was. I remember. He fused with the guy in Stormblood. Motherfucker. Yeah. He fused with the guy in Stormblood and then we kill him. I was so confused because I was like, as soon as it started cracking, I was like, this is Xenos. And then a dragon came through and I was like, who the fuck is this? But it's him. Okay. I was like, what? Who the fuck is this dragon? Bro, this music. Yo, look at the planet zooming past. See that? Oh yeah, we're on the back of the dragon. I can see it. He's underneath us. The final day. I want to read what it says. Meteor and sisters took to the stars in search of a hope. They found naught but despair, wishing to free mankind from his vain struggle. They began to sing, their chorus borne upon the invisible winds of the dynamis. Against all odds, you have arrived at their nest at the edge of the universe. In this place where emotions dictate reality, the hopes of your comrades have opened the way forward, and it falls you to take the last step. Transforming conviction into strength, you sally forth upon Dragonback to confront the Endslinger and silence her song. Right, I don't know how he made it here on time, firstly, because we went in a mega rocket. He's just built different. It doesn't make any sense, but I'm here for it. The Endsinger. Bro, they love giving people that villains that Sephiroth hair, you know what I'm saying? Xenos had it, this bitch got it.
Will never reach the deliverance you seek.
Hey, look at the homie. Why'd you put that on? I knew you put that on just with Spike. Why you gotta do that?
flee that we cannot follow.
Even Sard must die.
Ow, bro.
No, there's no time for it. Alright, right. We already got weakness. Nice.
Your suffering is at its end. This is a kindness. All of us have known despair.
Bro, I know for a fact all these guys have got this shit on farm, dude. They're moving before the moves even come out.
We have seen the end.
God damn it, bro. I just gotta move when everybody else moves.
The same end. Again and again. A sorrow so deep only emptiness remains.
They basically, she kind of showed us all of her mechanics during the cutscene, right?
Tis so lonely between the stars.
Smart. so confused, dude.
Again and again.
Fatalism?
There is no happiness in life. There is only one place it may be found.
Oh, big planet again. Insigan prepares to seal the fate of the universe. Oh, we gotta kill this thing.
No matter. You only delay the inevitable. This is fate.
This fight's great. Jesus Christ, bro.
Your time has come. It always does.
DPS? I was like, is this DPS race? Cutscene, dude. Heidelin. Oh, comrades. Yo, what the fuck? This music. Hey, yo, let's go!
What is this defiance? No.
What is this song, bro?
The pain. The loss. We cannot suffer it again.
We will stand against fate.
No matter the cost.
We've been here before.
Oh my god, dude, this is sick.
Many a time.
Thus do we know.
To never give up.
The hope will shine again.
Oh shit. I was trying to stagger it. The music though.
This can only end in misery and desolation. No light, no stars, nor the universe itself. None should hope for better. Was not the answer, then what is it? Where lies happiness?
Well, for starters, you're gonna need a torso. Floating head with wings with a human mouth. Like, how do you even eat spaghetti? Like, all right, Xenos. What now? Oh, that's it? We just fly it? That's it? What? Once again. Dude, we gotta bring her home.
No matter where we flew, there was only darkness and loneliness and pain. We couldn't find the answers Hermes yearned for. The answers he deserved. Greetings, you who are my final encounter. I wish to hear your words, share your feelings, know your thoughts. May we please be friends?
Dude, the first thing she ever said to us.
Yes, I can see them. The memories of a long, long journey. So many people. The thoughts of them overflowing in your heart.
True.
What they live for. What gives their lives meaning. There was never a single answer.
Welcome and well met.
You gather pieces of happiness, precious and fragile, only to lose them. Then start again. On and on it goes, until death takes you into its gentle embrace.
Past every fate, now sing with me once more.
That which Hermes sent us to find. was there all this time. On Atheris.
I'll be good to her in her final moments. I think we refers to the people of Atheris anyway, not necessarily her.
Like a field of flowers, perhaps. At first a single blossom. It spreads and takes on more colours. Thank you for guiding me here. To find these words at journey's end fills me with joy. And so, before I fall forever silent, there is one thing I must do. No expression of regret will undo what my sisters and I have done, or restore what we have stolen. But if you would allow it, I would sing one last song. A song of the newfound joy that swells in my heart. Of the beauty of light when it shines across a dark and starless sea. Of a dream that from the soil of worlds now lost to sorrow, life will spring forth once more, nourished by gentle rains and caressed by uplifting winds, a song of hope.
She's blue again.
One day, life will fill the universe again, and Hermes will see this and smile. How, I do not know. But I do know that where there is a will, there is a way. After all, miracles happen every day, do they not? I will create a path back to your ship, where your dear friends await. Hold in your heart your desire to return to them, then follow my lead and walk forth. That hope will surely guide you true.
You mean to return to the world where you are hailed as a hero.
Hear me then. Not as a hero, but as simply you. As I learned in Alamigo, you are a formidable foe. Stronger than any I have faced. Against you, I need bring my all to bear. I need burn through the candle of my life. This is the sole pleasure I know, and it is the sole pleasure I have to share. And so I come before you to issue challenge and offer singular bliss. If you wish to walk away, I will not stop you. You value life. You do not burn yours save for reasons you deem worthy. Reasons such as those which brought you here. The salvation of a world and its people. The motives of a hero true. But there is more to you than that. You know this to be true.
You're pushing my buttons, motherfucker.
As surely as you know the thrill of pushing your body and soul to their limits. Of confronting ever mightier foes, dancing ever closer to the precipice, wondering if this will be the one to finally fill the void. Such pleasures you seek for their own sake, and no other reason. Is this not so, adventurer?
I can't deny. He got me. He got me, dog.
Ha! Acceptance! At long last! The conflagration of our clash will scorch even the stars!
Yo, this music though? Oh my goodness. Let's go, bros. Reaper versus Reaper. The only fight that matters in the whole expansion. As your soul's ablaze with passion, the space comes to life. Your soul burns brighter, your power swells. Oh my god, I'm fucking glowing.
Hold nothing back! Push yourself to your limit and me to mine! You, I see.
fuck is he? Oh, he's just doing random hellfires and shit. I see. I don't think I can die. Maybe I can die. I don't know.
Soon you will know the full extent of my power. Mine for the taking.
Holy shit.
Mine for the taking. A test of your reflexes.
Shit.
A test of your reflexes.
I love the audio cues.
Mine for the taking.
Oh! Oh!
Have I overestimated your potential?
He fucking got me there, dude. Yo, let's go, dude.
A test of your reflexes. A test of your reflexes. Mine for the taking. Mine for the taking.
Oh, is that what you got?
My soul.
Get up, boy. Get up. Shit.
I know you feel it too. The inferno.
Oh shit, yeah, he hasn't actually enshrouded yet. Uh-oh.
Come! Let all creation be consumed by our ravenous fervor! I have you!
Oh, that was sick.
Do not tell me your life's fire is already spent. Yes, yes! Rise once more! It mustn't end yet!
I don't know what Ethereal Ray means, bro, but... Alright. Bro.
Mine for the taking! I have you! A test of your reflexes! Show me your vaulted force! Mine for the taking! I have you! Mine for the taking!
Ooh, mamma mia.
Mine for the taking! I have you! A test of your reflexes! No, not yet. Not until the last of me is spent.
You motherfucker. Oh, God. Where's my limit break, huh?
This is my moment. Our moment.
Let's go. Oh, we slugging. We're just slugging. We monks. That was really cool. That was fun.
God, the demon even cleaned the blood off, dude.
That I should lose again. How disappointing. Never have I understood those around me. Understood their obsessions. Besieged by their banality, the world is a mire of tedium and trivialities. But in these fleeting moments, there is a spark. Blinding. Brilliant. Gone. Too soon. What of you, my mirror? Born into this world, bestowed name, bid to seek out strife and adventure.
I love that he calls us my mirror.
Was this life a gift or a burden? Did you find fulfillment?
Hell yeah, man. We ate good. Bring him home, man. Don't leave him out here.
Can you hear? Safe. Must tend to. Open your. Please.
Someone, and
Please. You can't leave us. Not like this. If you do, I'll never forgive you. So come on. Open your eyes and get up.
Stop fucking yelling, dude. I'm trying to recover from a battle. You're too loud.
Are you with us? Oh, thank the heavens. For a moment we thought...
Is everyone alright?
After what you've done, you're the last person to be asking that.
Are they the voice actors in different languages?
How can you keep your promise if you're not here?
Free the plebs, mods. Release them.
Another fine show you've put on, my friend.
A fine show indeed. What were you thinking? Fighting alone? Never do that again. My poor heart couldn't bear it.
Put yourself in our place. If you hadn't returned, how do you think we would feel? And if that sounds harsh, it's because we care.
We tended to thy wounds as best we could. But how is the pain? That is gladdening.
The facial expressions
Grievous
have
as
been
thine
so good
injuries
in this
were,
expansion.
however, I would counsel repose for a time.
Gladdening! There's nothing gladdening about this. When Meteion appeared in here and told us that you were right behind her, we all got our hopes up. But you never came. And when you finally deign to appear, you're within an ilm of your life. Damn you! Damn you for making us worry!
Oh my God, I thought you, like 20 minutes ago, you were like, I'm gonna be stronger than you. Watch.
Oh, those were cries of celebration. Anyway, well, the important thing is that you're all alive and in reasonably good health, and we mean to get you back that way. As for your
Pretty sure Xenos dies on camera after he says I. He does. Yeah, he definitely does.
we're in range to make
I mean,
contact now.
he dies, right?
Ah, excellent.
He dies.
Just announce our return at once.
That motherfucker's gonna show up next expansion, bro.
I hope you're ready.
While you were
You saw him stop breathing?
unconscious,
Yeah, I've watched him
we
stop
set
breathing
out
before,
from
and then
Ultima
he just
Thule.
fucking jumped to a new body, so what's up?
Can you stand? If so, you may wish to see what's outside.
Oh my god, have I been like fucking out for the... Dude, the animations are so good in these cutscenes, man. I love them. We're home? Blue skies, baby, blue skies.
We're home, my friend. We're home.
Yeah, I mean, he's probably gone. Otherwise, he's just beating a dead horse, right?
they don't know if we've made it back yet.
It is! It's the Ragnarok! We're back!
Thank heavens.
Truly.
They've done it!
Welcome home.
Yes!
The dragon already saw them flying over and then didn't tell anyone. True. His like simulacrum is like that, right? He could have just been like, guys, they're coming.
Welcome home, everyone!
Bro, she clearing them stairs with finesse, dude. Like a gazelle. What the shit? 2 steps at a time.
Welcome home!
That was fantastic, man. That was really good. You can skip the first credits, but don't skip the second. Fuck it, let him play, dog. Whatever, dude, let him play. It's like 20 minutes. It's 40 minutes. Got my finger slip, bro. Oh, wait, hold on, hold on. You ready to take a screenshot? I got one there, dude. You're in the credits? Oh shit. I see it. Oh, that art is really cool. Holy shit. Passing the torch, man. Bird goes there too, yeah.
Dearest mother, dearest father, this letter will be the very last that I write to you from the rising stones. As I commit these words to parchment, I fondly recall my journey as a scion. From the time I first walked into the Order's former halls, to the time I set forth to forestall the final days. At the farthest reaches of the Sea of Stars, we fought the battle of our lives. Fought against despair itself. A veritable maelstrom of it, fed by the resignation that dwelled in the hearts of beings not so unlike ourselves. Full oft have I harbored the same malaise. Have I been brought to my knees, crushed by the weight of sorrow and defeat, convinced that I will never rise again. However, I have also known many moments of unbridled joy and happiness. By this truth do I find hope within, blooming resplendent, like the Elpis flower.
Oh man, look at Thancred, god damn.
And
You
thus
gotta glow up,
do
dude.
I endure. Do I look forward to creating more memories with my friends and loved ones. For from these fertile seeds, yet more hope shall spring forth. And they will grow to become shining lights that illuminate the dark.
Like I said in my bro, it's definitely not war, it's just
I
like
leave
something
the
else.
rising stones behind, as will my comrades. For, as we have decided, after careful deliberation, we are disbanding the Scions of the Seventh Dawn.
There you are, Alphino. Everyone is already gathered in the foyer.
Chat, they're not needed anymore, dude.
My apologies. I'll be right there.
Mission accomplished, bro.
At least, that is what the story will be.
Oh. Baited. Ja-baited.
Sorry to keep you all waiting.
What could you possibly have left to do now?
Oh, just a letter.
I imagine it will be a while before we can gather like this again.
So it must be, if we're to keep up appearances. From now on, it falls to the Grand Company of Eorzea and its allies to deal with the realm's crises.
Meanwhile, we shall return to our erstwhile ways. Retreating from plain sight to take our place in the shadows once more.
Indeed. For the foreseeable future, I expect that we must work independently as we seek out problems that want for solving. But a day will come when we face another great challenge, and we will face it together, as we always have.
As much as I look forward to that day, I do hope it doesn't come anytime soon.
Well, formal association or no, if any of you should require my services, you need but ask. I'll be glad to keep my lance arm honed.
I'll hold you to that. So you had better keep your link pearl on hand.
So you really mean to stay, Tataru?
Oh, someone has to keep the Rising Stones in proper order. And even a super-secret organization requires a super-secret base of operations. To the rest of the world, it will be naught more than a workshop for Eorzea's foremost up-and-coming artisan.
God damn it, Tataru.
If you thought our coffers were full to bursting before, just wait till I can devote myself wholly to the crafts.
Plotting to build a mercantile empire to rival that of Lord Lodorito, are we?
I, for one, look forward to your future successes, Tataru, as do I our next meeting.
And with that, I believe it is past time you all made ready to depart. Leave no preparations undone or words unsaid, all right? Now, off with you.
We get to speak to everybody? Oh, Samira, might you have a moment to talk? Wait, why would they not voice all this? With the sign stepping away from the public eye, I've been left to consider what new endeavours I might pursue. And after speaking with Kryl, I've decided I'll be assisting in her rebuilding the students of Baldesion. Not only am I indebted to Master Kaluk for giving me a new home, but had our order never existed, I would have never set foot within the Crystal Tower. How different my life might have been. I would have never met you, never become a caretaker of the tower, never become a scion. You gave me the chance to do so much good, and I hope to continue to do so with the students. For an added benefit, new mysteries often find their way to our doorsteps. Mysteries that could prove ideal for fulfilling our promise, to embark on a new adventure together, unlike any we've experienced before. Whenever you have time and inclination, my friend, I stand ready to accompany you into the unknown. Do you recall in the realm of Omicrons, when I asked if you thought I might someday be mentioned in your epic? Well, 'tis true that I earned a place at your side would be the stuff of dreams.
end, nothing would give me greater joy than to stand with you in the here and now. It needn't be some grand endeavor. There needn't be a promise. Whenever adventure calls, I won't hesitate to invite you, and I hope that you will do the same for me.
Without a second thought, my friend.
I'll hold you to it. I forgot that... You forgot that he's small? I mean, I'm also huge. As much as we have already seen, there's so much more we haven't. Who knows? Perhaps we'll even encounter survivors of the Omnicrons. After all, given how they took to the stars, isn't it plausible that some found themselves far from home? And should we encounter a wayward traveler, awaiting commands that will never come, I would bid them seek adventure with someone, and with that partner find new purpose, a new dream. For if crystals can hold fast to dreams, why not Omnicrons? Wherever your plans may lead, do not hesitate to send word, and should a commission of interest come my way, you'll be the first to know. I don't know any of their voices, dude. I can't remember. Oh, are we saying our farewells too? I hadn't at present planned on a journey of any great length. Well, I'm adverse to a moment of two of quiet reminiscence. In fact, there was something I'd been meaning to ask you. Something that's been in my thoughts since the last flames of the final day subsided. During our travels, we've witnessed more than a lifetime's worth of oddities and spectacles, more than can be easily recalled or remembered. And nestled amongst those memories are certain essential facts, the history of Etheris and the ancients, glimpses of the Ea, of their culture and philosophy. Rather than simply hoard such treasures in my mind, I wonder if I should not be disseminating them in formal records for wider consumption. When needed, I've penned reports and prepared briefings, but never have I balked to the idea of binding the subject of my studies in a book or tablet. Truth is given shape and interpretation. When we seek to capture it with our words, it's invariably molded to fit a narrative, no matter how well-mentioned intentional rendering. An event is described as sad, a summation which fails to express the emotional complexity, yet the word on the page is what endures, a pale shadow of reality. Throughout history, some have deliberately embellished the truth, but I believe many, if not most, deviations are the result of similar linguistic shortcomings, piling one upon the other until the end result is unrecognizable from its origin. Which is why I fear that writing an account in my own words would be akin to diluting fine wine. Yet even with the potential for corrupted meaning, I do of course realize the importance of keeping written records. Without them, my search for wisdom would be a painful affair indeed. But what say you on this matter? Should I take up the quill, reflect upon those experiences only we have shared, and seek to preserve them for posterity? Aye, let them be read and remembered. Very well then. I shall endeavour to pen what I can of the Ea and the ancients, and of so many other wonders. But I'm no scribe. It will be a less polished work, and more of a reordering of scattered notes. In any case, I feel much better having sought your opinion. Left to our own devices, we tend to overthink such things. I will otherwise return to following where my curiosity leads. After all, a safe method of travel is, to the first, yet eludes me, and our venture into the great expanse has prompted an entirely new set of questions. Should you stumble into the unknown, or struggle with some impenetrable mystery, know that I am at your beck and call. It never hurts to see things from a different perspective, and mine is rather different than most. Why was the camera's perspective her tits? That's what I want to know. Never hurts to see things from another perspective, I guess. Thank you, Yoshi P. I hope this is it. I hope he doesn't speak. If you have something to say, then out with it. Just wondering how I'll earn my keep now. Well, I thought you adventurers had any number of ways to earn coin. I know the Scion's mode of operation has changed. We should be compensated as before. In any case, I do not want for options, even if some are worse than others. No sooner did Aramek hear about our disbandment that he offered me a position as a guardsman in the Imperium District. As a former Zord Dragoon, I'm guaranteed to be popular, he said. What does he take me for? Even without his meddling, I'm perfectly capable of finding employment, and have. Some days ago, a Hannish envoy arrived with word from Vitra. The worm requests my presence as soon as things have settled here. He didn't deign to mention why I'm needed, but it pertains to dragons, like as not. In Thavnir, like elsewhere, the phenomena caused by the final days abated when you defeated Meteion. Though it was too late for those who had already transformed, life is beginning to return to normal for the survivors. Of those who sought refuge in Sharlayan, most have already returned home. But many do not have a home to return to, nor loved ones. By an arrangement between Vitra and the Forum, such souls may remain in Sharlayan if they wish to work and study. Vitra was always the satrap in truth. It's gratifying to see him become one in name as well. One who has the complete confidence of his people, even if the envoy's tone was any indication. I often find myself speaking favorably of dragons of late. Not so long ago I would have assumed his benevolence hid ulterior motives, but 'tis clear he cares for his people, and they in turn revere him. To know such a nation may flourish is comforting. Vitra's kin sought release from conflict. So wary were they of the suffering it wrought, they surrendered into oblivion. But Midgar Summer didn't give up. In hope he made the journey to distant Aetheris with his clutch of eggs. And though his progeny went on to be embroiled in conflict with men, there were times when they transcended hatred to abide in harmony. That is their legacy and their triumph. In my lance, I feel the weight of their struggle and the strength of their resolve, and it lends me strength. These things I might never have learned had I not joined you. Should you ever have need of me, I will come. At the very least, I might be an opportunity to earn coin. Our champion and savior. I was beginning to think my chance for an audience would never come. That sounded more amusing in my head. Speaking of heads, I was worried about yours, and the rest of you, for that matter. On the mend, I trust. Glad to hear it. You were in a bad way, and healing magics or no, I'm impressed by how swiftly you've recovered. Then again, 'tis hardly the first time you've cheated death. Your strength of will has never failed to astonish me. Look at what you've accomplished. Meteion defeated, her Song of Oblivion cut short, the source and all her reflections delivered from the final days. If you had faltered at the last, then all hope would have been lost, but you held fast. Now Reen has a tomorrow to look forward to, and I could ask for no greater gift than that. As a lesser gift, however, the next time you see her, I would appreciate you not describing my travel plans with the Orange as aimless wandering. We've a purpose in our roaming, after all, keeping an eye on things in the absence of the Scions on the world stage. There'll never be an end to the little problems that go untended by nations. We'll do our best to help out where we can and when we can. Which I suppose is an approach not far removed from aimless wandering when you get down to it. Perhaps you could tell her I'm faring well and leave it at that, eh? No need to mention this feeling of being uprooted. I've never been one to stand still for long, but when I think of home, 'tis the Rising Stones which comes to mind. How many times have we set out from this base, thence to return when our work was done? On the day the Scions came together, I only hoped for Minfilia to find a place where she belonged, but never did I expect to find one here for myself. Indulge me, Smira. I have a question for you, and imagine Minfilia itself is asking. Are you glad you joined the Scions? Best decision I ever made. I can honestly say the same. But all good things must come to an end, at least for a time. Should you need a helping hand for infiltration or reconnaissance, you know who to ask. I'll come running. And you'll likely get a certain funny talking fortune teller in the bargain. Nah, bro, too hard, man. I should have said, like, all the people I've done first are the voices I can do pretty well, and the rest of them are just fucked. Oh, Samira, how are you feeling? Any lingering aches? I can't apologize enough for sending Xenos to find you at Ultima Thule. When he came to me in Sharlayan, I was truly torn. As ever, there was only one thing on his mind. Forced to make a decision, I seasoned that if he would not be deterred from seeking you out, he might at least aid us in our cause. So I struck a bargain. In the end, he was but true to his word, and you defeated him despite your earlier exertions. But knowing the state you were found in, it could have ended very differently. My decision almost cost you your life, and no words could express the remorse I feel. It worked out, you did the right thing. I won't lie, you nearly killed me, Kral. It's a relief to hear you say that. Thank you. Time and again, I've been made to feel woefully inadequate. I wasn't much use in battle, nor can I face the forum without my nerves getting the better of me. I always fell to you and the others. I must and will do better. And I shall begin with the restoration of the students of Baldizian. Through our work, Sharlayan will strengthen its ties to other nations, that we may be better prepared to face whatever threats arise in the future. Of course, this isn't something I can accomplish alone, but thankfully, I have the staunchest help in Raha and Ajika, and our other remaining members together. We'll continue the grandfather's work. As before, certain commissions will take us to dangerous locales, and we may need to call upon seasoned adventurers. In such times, might you be willing to assist us? Not because you feel obligated, mind you, but because you feel alert for the task itself. Ask me and I'll punch you. Marvelous! Should something of interest arise, I shan't hesitate to reach out to you. Until that day, I shall endeavor to become a more dependable comrade. Hey. Oh, Samira. Pray forgive me for delaying the gathering. I was writing a letter, you see, to my parents. As busy as Father's been, tending the aftermath of the Exodus, he's been good enough to show concern for the Scions. And besides, I've made them worry enough for a lifetime. Henceforth, I will endeavor to write as often as I'm able. A little effort to set their minds at ease while we continue to be away from Sharlayan. Both Alizé and I are off to assist with Garlemon's recovery, you see. Though uncertainty remains of what will become of the nation, we cannot well leave the capital in its present state. We will rejoin those members of the Isilbard contingent still stationed there. Lucia and Maxima helm the relief effort with support from our allies, the people of Garlemald among them. They'll gradually be joined by those who have finished treating the tempered across the land. Lest you misunderstand, we do not seek redemption for failing Cinia and her sister. That's a burden we must always bear. Nay, we go because of the truth in Lord Quintus's words. The truth that, whatever ideals individuals may espouse, nations are not moved to action unless they stand to benefit. For the foreseeable future, the fallen empire will be at the mercy of both internal and external forces. And though I do not doubt the intentions of the contingent, with greater powers involved in the relief effort, our allies may well find themselves drawn into a political agenda. In going, we seek to ensure that the needs of the people come first, to understand their hearts that we might better help them to begin anew. I'll visit when I can. By all means, full glad would I be for your visit, and believe I speak for Alizé as well. Fairly as long as I've been in Eorzea, you've been at my side, watching over me in good times and bad. How many times have we gathered to share tidings? None could possibly keep count. The world is changing, and will continue to do so, yet no matter what the future brings, I hope I can ever look to you. In good times and bad, as a dependable comrade and dear friend both. Thank you, Samira, from the bottom of my heart. I was literally going to say it while he was talking, but like someone on Reddit has definitely worked out the amount of times we've been in a room together, buddy. Samira, seen to your preparations, have you? I'm just making another sweep of my belongings. Wouldn't do to find I've forgotten something halfway through my destination. Oh, in case you haven't heard, we've received new reports detailing the devastation caused by the final days. It appears the situation is gravest in the lands surrounding the Bounty, where the sky first began to burn. After that, the calamity was observed in the far north, in Galmod and the frozen lands beyond. We also have reports of the heavens catching fire in isolated locations, one of which was an area in the northern Empty. Had our quest taken any longer, Charlie and 2 may have come under threat. Thank goodness it's over now. To be sure, blasphemies and lesser beasts may still be roaming about, but these localized crises should be well within the capabilities of each nation to handle on their own. The Scions are no longer needed. Which isn't to say that we won't help out when we can, of course. As individuals, no more of this order business. For my part, I'll be heading to Garlemald with Alphino. They were among the worst affected, and still need all the help they can get. It won't be easy. An inevitable part of aiding those in need is coming face to face with tragedy. Knowing it doesn't make it any easier though, that I'll curse my weakness, my inability to fix every problem and save every lost soul. But no matter how much it hurts, I won't give up. I'll do what I can for as many people as I can, begrudging no effort. And I should find myself discouraged, I'll remember you, thinking back fondly to one of your many moments of triumph, and the accompanying determined expression. Even those that still annoy me in retrospect, like when you activated the teleporter without warning. And should you hear about me, I want you to remember too. Remember that I'm out there somewhere, trying my very best. I look forward to hearing all about the legendary Alice. Not that I'm trying to become famous or anything. That being said, the next time we meet, I'll be vastly improved, so don't be surprised when you find yourself marveling at me. Oh god, I left the worst one till last. I can't do his voice at all. Samira, thou hast spoken with our comrades. Though this parting be not forevermore, 'tis nonetheless occasion for sorrow. Akin to Pixie's path, the navigation of such farewells is a perilous endeavour indeed. For their part, however, the Loporrits embark upon a new beginning. Though bereft of its purpose of a vessel, the moon yet remaineth hospitable for the creatures of Etheris. Thus do our lunar visitors convene with the Forum, intent upon assigning some new and beneficial role to our solitary satellite. Yet ere that may come to pass, there is much and more, for each party must learn of the other, a process which doth promise to be eventful indeed. To that end, a cadre of Loporrits hath gleefully dispersed across our lands in the name of mutual understanding. Hadelin, 'tis said, did imbue them with her love for all things born of this star, and 'tis Venat's own nature, I believe, which doth manifest in this irrepressible, inexhaustible curiosity of theirs. Having witnessed that which they strove to achieve, I wish most keenly for their long labours to be rewarded, that their abiding affection for man result in a boon for all. Moreover, I hope to continue our acquaintance and share in such knowledge as they see fit to impart. Acquaintance, I'd call it a friendship. I did not wish to presume. I would be honoured should they consider me a friend, for 'tis certainly true that I have grown fond of their company. But I shall digress no further. This day should belong to the Scions of the Seventh Dawn, to mine incomparable companions. Oft times have mine recitants caused thee grief, and mine actions spurred allies to suspect betrayal. And yet here amongst you I still stand. No amount of words could express my gratitude for thine acceptance and forgiveness. Thus, instead, I do proffer my humble support, be it unto the deepest abyss or the highest heavens. Even if I must needs founder across stormy seas, ever shall I answer your summons. I understand that following thy clash with Xenos, the teleportation device thou hast discarded fell to thee from on high. To return to thee in such a manner, I did confer with Wilson and Bloida, yet they insist the device was possessed of no such capability. 'Twas a miracle befitting the nature of that place, where emotion becometh tangible reality. Whence then arose this timely wonder, thine ardent wish, or another's fervent prayer? Right, it was literally me to... what? The bird, like, flew over and dropped it, bro. You dumb as hell. Anyway. 'Tis a mystery. Tons of theories. Right, it was literally the bird. The bird flew over and dropped it. Hello? Because they said she came to the ship and I didn't follow. And when I got to the ship, she wasn't there, which means she left the ship again and dropped it. The bird went to the ship and then left. She wasn't there when I got there. The power of hope. Alright, bro. Yoshi P just fucking threw it. I don't know. Spoken your fill, have you? If so, I'm thinking of sending everyone off. With your permission, then. Attention, please. At risk of spoiling the mood, the time of departure is upon us. In my capacity as your receptionist, I bid you all safe journeys. Till next we meet, be well. The Argos horn, the wind-up heroess, and some songs. There's a theory that Xenos did it? He was fucking dead. What do you mean? Xenos theory does something dumb as hell. His dying wish, what, was to see us return home? And so it manifested? Maybe, actually, no, that's kind of, I mean, that's believable.
I suppose we're off to Garlemald then. Though we ought to speak with Lord Emmerich first. If he's received word of any recent developments, we need to know.
'Twould be prudent to purchase some warmer clothes at least. Mayhap we can pick up a few souvenirs for Euless and the others while we're at it.
Where will you all be heading next?
Dravania. There is a book I've been meaning to borrow from the great Google Library.
It's very obvious what it was, chat.
And I can think of at least one person
I'll tell you after this
who will be most displeased should I fail to visit before leaving.
We've no particular destination in mind, but we do intend to stop in Shalia before we set off.
We had thought to ask after the Loperids. I am curious as to how well those who chose to remain are adapting to their changed circumstances.
Might we accompany you then? Raha and I were planning to return to the Baldessian Annex.
Commissions have been piling up in our absence, and they must be dealt with ere we begin our work in earnest.
Estinian, you will return to Rads at Han, will you not?
Aye. For Vritra's benefit, though I've yet to hear the details. I may not stay long.
I see. Then it is here the Scions at last part ways, each to some far-flung corner of the realm.
Eosia's finest warriors. Everyone put their hands in on 3. 1, 2, 3, Scions.
Perhaps. But I believe one of our number, a rather important one at that, has yet to divulge her plans.
True, that's me.
Quite right.
Quite right.
Indeed.
I love when the guitar comes in, dude.
Fair
It always
point.
gets me.
So, what's next for our humble adventurer?
Well, the raids came out today, Alpha No, so I'll be getting ready for that. Probably jumping in, getting my feet wet, tanking the floor. We saw a bird, and it reminded us of what's her face? Oh no, that's definitely her, right? It's got the two feathered tail. Meteon. Finn. Yet stand tall, my friend. Our journey will never end. Aw.
The constancy of this place never ceases to amaze me. An ocean of souls, shimmering and eternal. And yet, something stirs. Yes. Steeped in darkness, deep as starless night. The beast hungers. Alas, I dare not investigate in earnest before the coming of my guiding star, as she foretold.
I can't remember his name. I recognize the voice. I
We
can't
shall
remember his name.
descend to the depths, you and I, to confront the dread beast Pandemonium.
Pandemonium. Oh, Elidibus. Is it Elidibus?
Ah, the sights we shall
Yeah,
see.
it is.
The sights we
He's just
shall
like grown
see.
up. Elidibus is the seat. Oh. You've completed the main scenario quest, Endwalker. Quests to unlock new content have now become available in Old Charlian. Additionally, you may now enter the Dead Ends with a party of NPC avatars. Rest well, champion of Aetheris, for many and more adventures await you. Oh, that was really good, dude. That was a really great expansion. Very, very, very cool, dude. I'm excited to do the endgame stuff. I really want to learn how to melt materia, you know, learn pass and stuff like that. I really want to get into it this time. So I don't know how much of it I'll stream because it doesn't do very good numbers for me, but I'm definitely gonna be getting into it, man. I'm excited. Oh, it's Argos. Gear's not good enough to meld yet? Yeah, no, I just mean I want to, you know, grind endgame gear and do the fates and do all the stuff. I can go back to general now. I'm finished. The raids are fun as hell. You love them. Are they easy as people beating them already? Go camp Chi. I don't understand what Chi is, or why people camp it, or why people do the 5-minute meme. She's a fate that spawns every 48 hours. Okay, what's so good about it? It's a world boss that gets you tokens for a mount. Ah, okay. That makes sense then. It's 5:30, dude. So probably no raid tonight, to be honest. It's late. It's late as fuck. Oh, you know what I need to do? I need to do this. How long does this take, chat? So you said it's like 5 quests, right? Then I can dye this gear. You need EX and Tombstone gear anyway for the raid? Ah, okay. An hour or 2? Alright, fuck that. I'll do it tomorrow then. That's not worth it. Fuck that. Not worth, dog. How far's Momo? Oh, she's not that far at all. I don't know. In terms of like the expansion, this definitely like was the heaviest emotional journey by far. Like it definitely like moved me a lot and often. But I think like, I don't know if like the fact that you know it's the end plays a part in that. I feel like in terms of like the finale, I think Shadowbringers like maybe pips it for me. I thought the ending of Shadowbringers was fucking like nuts. But like I think like a good story, like the beginning has to pique your interest, right? And the middle needs to be like full of actions and twists and turns, and the end needs to be like emotionally rewarding. And I think like Shadowbringers was the action and Endwalker was the emotionally rewarding ending that we all wanted, so it's like really good. Also, like I think like you go into Endwalker with like this anxiety that it's over, and even though you don't know how the story is going to unfold, you still know it ends at the end, right? So I think like that plays a part as well. It like almost tempers your enjoyment because you know it's coming to a close. So I really enjoyed it. I think Shadowbringers like popped off more for me, but I think Shadowbringers was also, you know, this whole new world that, and it focused on us, and this was very much like, you know, like thanking all of the wonderful NPCs and like looking at their stories and how they've grown and all that kind of stuff. So they fulfilled different roles, but I was equally satisfied. And yeah, I love the way that like this expansion like improved upon every other expansion in the game. It was like that they're so good at like tying up loose ends, and like they answer questions that people could only speculate for years, and like everything ties in, and like the Crystal Tower, and you know, Estinian's like growth as a character from like killing dragons to saving them is just like all there, and all that cool kind of stuff. It's really cool. It's really cool. Yeah, people mentioned some cool stuff like Hydaelyn is like the Final Fantasy 1.0 Final Fantasy 14 1.0 art is Hydaelyn, and like I don't think anyone really like noticed that. And then the Morse code in the Crystal Tower, I feel like that was just in it, and then they added it into Endwalker, but there's a bunch of cool things. Also, yeah, when my answer about the remote dropping, she literally said to us before we fight Xenos, she says to us, like, picture how you get home and like whatever manner of choosing, and I'll make it happen. And so after you beat Xenos, obviously the character wants to get back to her friends, so the remote drops. She can't walk anymore, but what she can do is press a remote. So that I'm pretty sure that is like the Xenos theory is dog shit. Like that is literally what happens. She's like, picture how you get back and it will happen. And she can't move anymore. And she's like, I need to get there. The remote drops. Anyway, it was cool. I really like the Xenos fight. The dragon thing, him as a dragon, felt like it was a bit of a stretch for me, but like
You know, like, you're so caught up in it, and like it's so awesome in the moment that like it's whatever. It doesn't matter. You know, suspend disbelief. Like, it doesn't matter. Him smashing through as a fucking dragon that flew to the end of space is just like, okay. How did you get here? But like, it's whatever. It was fine. Yeah, we needed an arc, but he like just fucking ate some crystal and was like, let's go. Like, basically chugged a Red Bull. Like the magical equivalent of a Red Bull. Dragons fly through space? Yeah, bro, I don't think they fly through space at the speed like that he flew through space. It's all good. It was fun. It was over the top. It doesn't really matter. It was fun. Yeah. It was cool. It was a fun moment, dude. But yeah, I think like the #1 expansion for me was Shadowbringers. This expansion has been really cool. I love the story. I'm excited to like explore the endgame stuff with like JP and Jesse and the Free Company. So I'll I don't know. I'll probably take a break from streaming it because so many people are invested in, like, I mean, Jesse's doing the story now, and Ko's doing it, and Dodger's doing it. People just want to watch other people do that story, and I'll probably watch other people do it too, just see the reactions. But I don't know how much interest there is in Endgame. If there's interest and people show up to watch, I'll definitely do a lot more. We'll see. I'll probably do like one stream and test the waters or something. You gonna stream raids? I'd like to. When we streamed Ultimates, it didn't do super hot. We'll see. Yeah, I liked it a lot. I thought it was a really great ending. It was really well written. I loved like all the tie-ins they had and all the closed time loops and fucking all that stuff. I thought was like really smart and cool. It was very well written. A really good story. Now I have to grind to 565, is it? Okay. How do I do that? Do I just run the last dungeon for accessories and then use tomes? Sam, are you gonna play Rise on PC? Yeah, might as well. Might as well. Extremes and tomes? Expert Roulette, Extremes, and Dungeon Accessories. Okay. Cool. Yeah, I'll probably start getting on that tomorrow. Bad Teamwork, thanks for the 4 months. Yeah, thanks for all the subs tonight, guys. Thanks for being good sports. I know it was in mode for a lot of it. We could probably remove follow mode as well right now, to be honest. But like, everybody was cool. I appreciate it. Thank you to everyone that helped me out in the dungeons as well, in the trials. Yeah. Does Sip still play? He does, but he plays on EU. Different server. So, yeah. I'm gonna go get some sleep, homies. We went pretty hard. 10 hours of story. But we did it. We beat it. I'm excited. Tomorrow, I don't know if I'll stream. Because I'm going to see The Matrix 4 with my dad at normal stream time. So if I stream, it'll be like pretty late, like 4 hours later than normal. I'll let you guys know. And go see the new Spider-Man, dude. I saw it today, and it's fucking like the best Marvel movie I've seen, period. It's so good. Thank you for the stream. Yo, thanks for watching. Appreciate you guys choosing to watch me play through the story. Whether you have played through it yourself or you were, you chose to make this your first time. I might rewatch a lot of the cutscenes in Japanese because some people said they're really good. But here's the infographic. Oh, is this about how to gear up? This doesn't really tell me anything. You run extremes to buy your accessories and your weapons, and then you use tombstones to buy all your armor. Okay. So you don't even need to run dungeons. Right.
right? Because you get tombstones from extremes. Dungeons for tombstones, extremes for totems. Ah, okay. Okay, cool. You can get weapon and 4 accessories just from the EX drops. Oh, okay. Cool. Alright, well, I might hop on tomorrow then after the movie and like do EXs and stuff. Maybe I'll stream it. We'll see. Depends. If Jesse's doing story, no one's showing up to watch me do EXs, bro. I promise you that much. We got too much audience crossover. We'll see. It's not a bad thing. Like, I want people to watch him play story. On your day off? Well, yeah. Yeah, I guess. Today, yeah. Because, like, me and Dodger took the day off. Me and Dodger went to see a movie together today and went to dinner. So she took today off. And then, so I think she wants to stream tomorrow. So, if she works tomorrow, then I'll work. Because it's boring having a day off on your own, you know? We'll see. I need to fucking finish this job quest so I can dye my gear. Pepe hands. Dude, now I'm excited to just listen to the Endwalker OST. I didn't want to do it because I didn't want to spoil myself on like songs that were gonna happen to the end, but now I can just jam out. That'll be good. Alright. Hey, thank you guys so much for coming on this journey with me. I appreciate it. Have a wonderful night. Play Final Fantasy. It's amazing. What's this tweet? Yeah, she's streaming. Cool. Good night, guys. Happy birthday again to Amanda. It's her birthday. Make sure everybody says happy birthday. We can't let them sell no subs anymore, Sam? I mean, just get ready to play it when they do. That's all I'm saying, all right? Have a great night. Thank you guys for the love. Thank you to the FC for helping me out today. I love you guys. And we'll see you maybe tomorrow, maybe Thursday. Who knows? I'm kind of wild like that, dude. Claps for the homies in the credits. Amanda, I hope you have a really good 45th birthday. You don't look a day over 30. Young at heart. Those liver spotted hands, man, they can still draw, man. You still got it. You're a queen. Hey, see you guys tomorrow or Thursday, whatever. I fucking hate bards, bro. Listen to this dog shit.